All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody.
What is happening?
Nice little Thursday morning for you.
Flying on by. You get a Tuesday show off. All of a sudden you look up, it's Thursday. What the hell happened, man? Week's almost gone.
It is an odd week. It is a very odd week.
How we doing today, buddy?
I think we're doing all right.
We're doing all right?
Yeah.
Running on fumes over here. No sleep last night.
You got no sleep?
No sleep, man.
Teddy ball game problems
Teddy ball
or just
game.
sleep problems?
Not cooperating last night. Didn't want to do it. Great. All right. We're up at 2:30. Cool. That alarm's going off pretty soon.
Great.
This fall back to sleep's going to feel fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't get anything to eat. I'm starving.
Ooh, no breakfast this morning?
And I'm in a weird spot where I'm not eating pig anymore. So, like, breakfast becomes...
Why is the pig out? What happened to the pig? What did
just,
the pig do to you?
I'm not eating pig.
What did the pig do to you?
I'm not eating pig.
Like that freshly fried bacon on a Saturday morning.
It's amazing.
The best smell ever.
Breakfast sausage.
To wake up to. Oh, you're missing out.
The ribs and sauce.
Oh. What are you going to eat for the 4th of July? No ribs for the 4th of July?
All beef hot dogs.
All right, that makes sense.
Do you trust an all beef hot dog? If it says all beef, do you actually trust that it's legitimately all beef?
I don't believe hardly anything I read on food packaging, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a big conspiracy theory of mine. I don't think they're checking. I think they just put whatever they want on there.
Why does it have to be a conspiracy theory? Why can't it just be you don't...
Just a theory. Just a thought.
Yeah, just a theory.
I just have a thought, a theory, that they're absolutely lying to you about what you're consuming in your stomach.
Brandon, if you see a pack that says all beef hot dog, do you trust that indeed it's all beef?
I honestly don't pay that much attention to it. I just want a hot dog, so I'll just...
Oh, so when you get a hot dog, you don't even ask, like, is it a chicken dog? Is it a beef dog?
I haven't reached that part of my life yet where I have to be concerned about that.
Are you saying I'm old?
A dog
No,
is
I'm
a
not saying
dog.
that.
I think he's just telling you a dog's dog, dude.
I would never tell you that.
A dog is a dog.
Ball is life, dog is dog. If you're eating a dog, it's a dog. Who cares if
Give
it's
me my
chicken, if it's
glizzy
beef?
and let me move on.
Exactly. Give me my. Let me be the Glizzy King.
I mean, I don't blame you for
Doesn't
that.
Paul Skeens have a new ad? They're calling him the Glizzy King. I think he's got a new hot dog.
Oh, is he a big hot dog guy?
I think he's a big hot dog guy. And he's calling himself the Glizzy King, I believe, is what we're going with.
Did you see that the other day? I think it was like a week ago, maybe 2 at this point, but like he was on his way home or on his way somewhere.
I did see this,
and
yeah.
he saw a group of kids in a
I
park
did.
playing baseball, so he stopped and he ended up hanging out with them for like 2 hours.
Just a bunch of Little League kids out there
Yeah.
on a random weeknight driving home from work, and he had the idea of let's stop, play catch with them, sign autographs, throw the ball around, chat with them a little bit. That is such a cool thing to be able to do, and also so cool that he did it because those kids will remember that for the rest of their lives. If you put yourself
We'll talk
in
about that forever.
You're 8 years old and you're at basketball practice, and whoever the best Blazer was on the team in that era comes just driving into your open gym. Hey, you want to get some shots up today? Dude, you're telling that story for the rest of your life that you will never forget that they came through.
Oh, and then you're going to embellish it at some point.
Dude,
and
15 years from now...
I actually thought you were the most talented one of this group. That's what he told me.
He told me if I was just a little bit taller, I would have made it to the league. You know, if I wasn't born into this 5'9" frame, I would have had a shot at making it to the NBA, man. I was dunking on these mini hoops at the Boys and Girls Club.
So we got Paul Skeens as the face of hot dogs?
I believe, if I didn't get butt cracked, I thought I saw Paul Skeens as a...
fast food chain... Big Glizzy hot dogs.
Big Glizzy. Yeah, I think it's a fast food place that just sells hot dogs, which don't tickle me with a good time. That sounds fantastic.
Now, I'm going to ask you what may be a dumb question to some.
Fire away.
Are we surprised that hot dog fast food hasn't been more of a thing in American culture in our lives? Like, I feel like the hot dog, if you have it. So years ago, when my mom would take me and my little brother to my great-grandparents, probably every other Tuesday is kind of what it became into.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's still there. There was an A&W off of 4th Plain in Vancouver.
A&W.
An A&W, and it was a sit-in one. And they had the drive-in, like you could drive in and order outside. And every other Tuesday, we would go and we would get chili dogs.
Yes.
They'd have, what did they call it? Damn it. But it was like a chili dog Tuesday, basically.
Right. You get a good deal on it.
And every chili dog was 60 cents. This is famously where I got my sharing food phobia was from my great-grandfather.
Yes.
Who sneezed on mine. It was like, you better eat all that.
You better eat all your food.
I'm not touching this, and I'm going to find a way to sneak this into your trash can.
Your old man snot is all over this thing, and I don't trust that.
But we used to do that, and it's just like everywhere you go, I feel like the hot dog is the other menu item. You don't have a place that's like...
That's the main course.
The whole menu is glizzies.
Yes, a different version of hot dog.
Yeah, a different hot dog thing. Like I guess I would say I am surprised there hasn't been one chain that said we're going to be a hot dog thing because we're a hot dog country.
Let's make the hot dog our specialty.
Yes.
I'm trying to think now because A&W is a great example. Do we have any A&Ws left in the area? Because when I think of
they usually morphed with a KFC. I think there's one actually on Sunnyside.
Okay, whenever I think of A&W, I always think of Corvallis and getting out of the exit. Like
right off the
I
exit.
have eaten more A&W at that place than I have at any other A&W in my life.
Yeah.
Just whenever you're going to Corvallis, it's usually a stop you make, grab some food, or you're just making a pit stop on I-5. Sonic does hot dogs, but I don't ever go to Sonic.
But they're not. Look,
it's not the focal point of their menu.
Yeah, it's not.
It's just a part of their menu.
Yeah,
like there's a Wiener Schnitzel, is probably the biggest nationally, but I don't think we have any of those.
I don't think there's a Wiener Schnitzel in our area.
Is it just a locality thing where we just don't like hot dogs in this area, and that's why we don't have it? Because we got In-N-Outs popping up everywhere.
Because how many Wiener Schnitzels are even in existence?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
It can't be that many.
I feel like it's a bigger deal in other parts of the country.
So, like, burger, I get. Yeah. I'm more saying, like, how is there not been in our lives a Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell equivalent, but with
just
hot
sells
dogs?
hot dogs. I know. I would go there constantly if you gave them to me.
They don't seem very hard to make.
No, it's incredibly cheap. Half the
cheap
meat's
to buy.
It's from horses, anyways. For half of
well,
them.
I mean, you're not probably wrong on that.
Nobody knows where the meat's coming from.
But then again, maybe people wouldn't do it. Maybe the hot dog is a rare enough thing where they separate it and space it out, like baseball game, 4th of July,
Costco.
You know what?
You're not wrong. Costco. This is Costco.
That's probably the choice of all the places that exist. That
My choice.
Feature the glizzy. It's Costco.
If I needed to go buy a glizzy somewhere that I'm not making personally, first place that jumps into my mind is Costco.
Hard not to.
It's like that. One, good deal. Two, I trust Costco meat. Who doesn't trust Costco meat?
Sure.
I think they got good meat. Great price. Like
you can't argue with
it.
Price.
Checks every box. The Costco dog's the best dog out there.
I go to Costco every once in a while right after work. I'll get to Costco at 10:30, and that line for glizzies
is already long.
Like there's already people eating hot dogs and pizza, and it's 10:30 a.m. And I'm like, damn, you guys did not wait, did you?
I also feel this way about the corn dog. I feel like the corn dog is the most underutilized fast food item.
But what's inside the corn?
It's a hot dog.
It's the dog.
It's a hot dog just wrapped. It's already there for you. Don't even worry about it falling apart.
My brother-in-law's brother, his kid just graduated. He actually randomly brought this up because my little will always order a corn dog. If she sees it on the menu, she'll want to go corn dog.
Right.
And I brought this up to him, and he goes, "Oh, we're doing a graduation party in a couple weeks. We should just fry up a bunch of corn dogs."
Yes.
One of corn dogs, not a good idea.
Corn dogs are always delicious.
So I offered up one of my deep fryers because he wasn't sure he had anything enough for a corn dog.
Right.
But if you can make the batter, it's just dunk, dip.
It's not that complicated.
Fry and done.
That's all you got to do.
That's all you got to do.
We at our neighborhood grocery store, they have one of those like the hot food areas where you can go get turkey, or you could get some chicken breasts or some tendies or some JoJo's. They got one of those that you can stop into.
Right.
Not always on my way home from work is the food out and prepared, but maybe twice a week when I go, because I'll stop by usually a couple times a week on the way home just to grab something. If they have corn dogs ready to go, it's a 100% buy for me.
What's the price of it?
You can get two for like $5.
Remember when they used to be like $2 for $1?
I mean, yes, they should be.
They used to be like $2 for $1.
I mean, it's a hot dog on a stick. It should be $2 for $1, but for me now in this climate, $2 for $5 is not a bad deal.
You're happy about the
It's an automatic lunch for me. I don't have to worry about what I'm cooking when I get home, and usually I can eat both corn dogs in the 4.5 minutes it takes for me to drive from the grocery
your wife
store
never knows.
to home. And I get home, it's not like, hey, what do you need to eat today? Nothing. I already got 2 corn dogs in me. I'm done for the day.
Oh, you tell her, you don't sneak it?
Oh, I won't sneak it. No, I'm not ashamed of my corn dog love. I'm just not waiting until I get home to eat them. I'm hungry.
I'm not going to lie to you. I've snuck some stuff.
Have you?
Yeah, not recently, but there was a period there where I would get like a Reese's peanut butter cup at a grocery store checkout and eat that thing in my driveway, put it in the trash can, then walk in. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
How's everybody doing?
You didn't bring chocolate for the rest of us?
Still eating all that crap, huh?
What are you eating out there?
After I just threw away the Reese's.
Why are you sitting in the driveway for an extra 2 minutes, Sprague?
Somebody says there's still an A&W sit-down restaurant in Staten, and they still have the phone at the booth to order the food. That was the other cool thing, was they had the phone at the booth.
Is it really?
At the Vancouver one back in the day.
Yes.
And my stepdad would usually, because we'd have to go there every other weekend, he would usually on Fridays just do fast food because he didn't want to cook. He got off work.
Right.
We'd go in there once in a while, and he would let me do the order. And I thought it was the coolest thing to pick up the phone at the booth and be like,
yes.
Can we get cheeseburgers? Root beer floats.
I'm ordering myself.
It was
Grandpa,
kind of a big boy
awesome.
thing. It was dope.
This is a big deal, man. Yeah, that's a good. Staten is. I haven't been to Staten in a long time. I haven't driven through there.
I don't go to Staten often.
You're not going to Staten very often. The other one that always served hot dogs back in my youth, but there's only one left that I know of was Mike's Drive-In. Mike's Drive-In always had good hot dogs.
There's a few Mike's Drive-Ins around.
There's one that's left in Milwaukee.
Yep.
I know that.
There's one in Oregon City.
There's there one still in Oregon City?
Yeah, by the library.
They'd have the good foot-long ones too, so you get a little extra meat with it. So it's a nice long hot dog, which one hot dog's never quite gonna fill you up. It's not gonna scratch you where you itch enough.
Sure.
But if you give me a foot-long dog, that's probably gonna take care of my needs.
The problem with the hot dog too is I'm at an age where it's like you say one's never going to fill you up. Yeah, but if I dabble in two,
you get a little worried
I
there.
might be asking if we have Pepto.
I don't know if I can stop after 2 hot dogs. I think I got to get 3 minimum every time I'm eating hot dogs.
Well, I was thinking about it because we're getting closer to the 4th of July.
We are. You got to get your barbecue ready to go.
And I'm usually pretty corny, traditional American on the 4th. Like a couple years ago, I just did ribs. They cooked all day.
Yeah.
Meat fell off the bone.
It's a good thing to do.
And then I usually end up eating 5 hot dogs in the day. Because why not?
The hard part about the hot dogs is they cook really quickly.
Yep.
And then they're just sitting around.
Yeah.
And then you don't want them sitting around too long when they're outside, at a barbecue. They're out on the table. You're like, anybody else going to eat a hot dog here? Anybody else? No? All right, he's been out for 40 minutes. Well, I should probably eat another one. All right, fine, I'll eat another hot dog.
The other thing is you don't want to be the guy at the barbecue who has the plate of hot dogs and nobody, everybody's health conscious.
Nobody wants to eat
salad, and you're like,
I just made
anybody
15.
eat these hot dogs? And you're like, I'm eating my 4th.
Are they veggie dogs?
Yeah.
No, they're all beef hot dogs.
All beef hot dogs.
Now I'm going to eat 17 of them now because you guys don't want to help me out.
Aside from the whole not eating pork thing anyway, I always just prefer the all beef dog. I just feel like
It's
it
a good
tastes
dog.
better than the mix or the pork ones.
I tend to agree with you. If I'm buying, I try and go all beef, but I also am in agreement with Brandon. If you give me a hot dog, I'm not going to ask you what kind of hot dog it is. If I'm buying, I'll go all beef. But if I come over to your house for a barbecue and you got dogs on the grill, I'm not going, what kind of dog are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Is this an all beef dog? Is this a chicken dog? Do you have any chicken dogs here? We didn't talk
I don't
about.
usually ask those questions. If I'm doing it, I just do it.
We did not talk about yesterday one of the other controversies of the Fan Golf Classic, and we can play this fun game with listeners.
Yeah.
There was somebody who threw a fit over the idea of a veggie burrito. We forgot to bring that up because I also got there. So our great friends
Totally forgot about that.
until we're talking veggie hot dogs. It just dawned on me that we never got to that yesterday. So our great friends at Victoricos do breakfast burritos for the morning round.
Dude, they nailed it this
And
year.
they did. They're delightful.
they nail it every year.
Every year, they're great. They prepackage them so you
Yep.
can take them in your cart if you don't finish the entire thing. Right? It's not like on a plate. It's perfect. Perfect little food before your round. I got there and I walk up. They had their food truck set up, and the only two I wasn't there early enough to get the other options. The only ones that were left were veggie and vegan. Now, I needed them to walk me through, what's the difference, Steve? What are we talking about here? Because I know I'm not getting meat in either one.
Well, the egg isn't really an egg.
Sure. So I ended up going the veggie option because there's still potatoes and cheese and all right, that's fine for me. There was no meat in there, but the veggie option got it done. There was one host though who was very adamant. They will not eat a veggie breakfast burrito. This will not happen.
So I got there
Over
about
my dead body.
25 minutes, I think, earlier than you.
Yes, you did.
roughly. And when I showed up, they were already
done.
the bacon and the sausage burritos were gone.
That's what you're getting. It's like at a pizza party. What's the first pizza gone? The pepperoni. The veggie pizza's going to be left over.
And I totally get it. The listeners got there early. They got the ones they wanted. I was happy about that.
Yes.
I am not one that can be super picky in this category. If you show me that you have a veggie breakfast burrito, it's exactly what you said. I get cheese.
Yep.
I get egg. I get some potato. And I like sauteed peppers.
Yeah, I do too.
So I didn't even actually know what was on it. I just assumed that was what it was going to be.
Right.
So I did the veggie over the vegan. I asked for the green sauce. Perfect.
Always have to go green sauce.
It's a great size. It's
Yes.
a loaded burrito. And I'm like, all right, I'm happy. I get to the par 3 to sit down and eat this thing before everything kind of really gets moving quickly. And that host showed up, and they come out, and they're like, I'm starving. I didn't eat anything. And I was like, when did you get a burrito? They got burritos at the truck.
Right here, ready
No
and
bacon, no
available.
sausage. They had veggie.
Yeah.
Veggie? I don't eat veggie. I have to have the meat. I don't eat the veggie one. And I went, It's pretty good, actually.
I mean, it was not that bad of a burrito.
In fact, I'm not doing pig anymore, but
No.
I would maybe choose the veggie
Yes.
over the bacon and the sausage.
Yeah.
I know that's a hot take.
It was a good burrito. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but it was a good burrito.
I thought it was pretty good.
It hit my spot. It got the job done.
When you put green sauce on something like that, it's perfect.
Yeah, green sauce, so good.
And I was like, it's pretty good, dude. And he goes, I just don't do that. I don't do veggie. And I was like, you're being a little too intense for 6:55 a.m. I'll just let you have it.
It's early in the morning. It's a free burrito. You told me that you were hungry. I've presented an option here for you.
I was getting yelled at like it was,
Like it was your fault.
my fault.
I
like that I
personally
was responsible.
got here at 5:30 in the morning, and I ate every single bacon and sausage burrito that they had to make sure that they ran out. No, I think it was simply because we had a lot of golfers, and all those golfers bought bacon or got, because they were free, the bacon and sausage burritos. And that's why they ran out. I will admit to you, I in my life will never order a veggie burrito on my own.
Yeah.
Never. It's not like if I go to a burrito place, you're always getting the meat option, at least in my life. I was pleasantly surprised. Because I had an initial thought of
You thought it was not going to be good?
veggie burrito.
I was happy. I knew it would be good.
Now, I also was starving. I also had not eaten any breakfast, and I knew I was going to eat whatever option was presented to me, and so I had no choice at that point. I'm eating your veggie burrito. It was a good veggie burrito.
Which you talking about stories we forgot to share. You just reminded me of one involving food. So we all do the lunch, right?
Yes.
We go from Victorico's nailing the breakfast burritos to Matt's Barbecue, perfect brisket, right?
Yeah.
In fact, one of the employees at Langdon, the catering guys, he had some odd behavior going on. It's like, oh, the brisket. He just did this like nobody was talking to him.
He's just doing a happy jiggle because he's carrying the brisket.
Like a happy jiggle. It was interesting.
If I got to carry Matt's Barbecue's brisket, I'd probably jiggle too.
So we're eating this, right? I get done. I go put my plate away. We have to start doing these announcements. Well, who did I bump into? I bump into our producer, Brandon.
Yes.
I saw him. I thought he golfed. I then started laughing because he signed up for the sheet thinking he was golfing. In fact, it was a volunteer list.
Oh, no.
A total another story that we overlooked and forgot to bring up on the show yesterday.
Yes.
I hope was buried and
Yes.
gone. And
Oh,
would never be brought
no.
to
That
light.
was not going away.
So I see him, and
I appreciate the hustle, though.
I'm asking how, as day going, we're just catching up very quickly, right?
Yeah.
I just saw him for the first time. Well, in the midst of talking, he accidentally spits a piece of food.
I said I was sorry.
He said he was sorry. No, I'm not mad about it. It can happen.
I think I gotta bring that up.
What
I
kind of
said
food are we
No, hold
talking?
on.
What bite of food was
I
it?
believe it was the coleslaw that
The
I had
coleslaw,
taken a piece
okay.
of, and there was a stray that might have got stuck
You
in
had
my
a stray.
teeth still, and as I was talking, it came out of my mouth.
It flew out.
Where did it hit you?
Well, it went at me.
In the chest.
I didn't actually.
He was fine.
Hold
but
on.
But of course, Sprague will.
No, I'm gonna tell the
overreact.
story
I'm surprised he didn't
straight
like
up.
jump.
I
5
think he
feet
got
back and was
home
like,
and he burned
Oh,
the shirt.
yeah.
He took that shirt off, put it in his trash can in the backyard, and lit it on fire. I'm never wearing this again.
I'm not. It's not even about you doing it. Like it happens. It's an accident. You
It's
said
a
sorry about that.
subplot of the story.
Right. So I'm like, we talk. You move on. I move on. Now I need to set up the prizes. So I go talk to our delightful Elizabeth and Sage, who did an exceptional job and deserve a public round of applause for everything they did. So I'm going to talk to them. They're coordinating what prizes we're giving away, and so I'm working with them. Well, Sage looks down because we're looking at this list, and she goes, "Is that a booger?" And it's on my hand.
Oh,
This
no.
piece of food he
Oh,
has
no.
spit out.
Stop it.
Oh, no.
I didn't.
It ricocheted off the shirt onto the
did you
hand?
catch
No,
that?
I'm pretty sure it never hit my body.
Ah.
It went to my hand. I never
I think
knew
it hit your body and trickled to your
I
hand.
never knew it. Well,
We
no.
need the Zapruder film on this.
Because
Did you wipe it off and then it got stuck on your hand?
No, I'm telling you, I didn't even know it was on my hand. And she goes, Is that a booger? And I looked down, and it looked like a piece of bread. And when bread gets a little wet, it gets
Yes.
a little like.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at my hand, and I just think in my head, oh my God, that's from his mouth.
I know what
No,
that is.
no.
I'm
I know what
freaking
that
out
is.
internally, mentally,
Yes.
right? But I don't project that out. I then go, no, that's just food, and I flick it off my hand.
Tell me you hit Sage.
Please tell me you hit somebody with it.
Sage looks at me and has very big No way that was food
No
vibes.
chance. She's not
And
buying
now
it.
I'm
Now you're Booger
like-
Boy? You're Booger Guy.
Now I'm Booger Man.
we got to start calling you Booger Boy.
I'm worried that I'm Booger Boy
Booger Brandon.
to Sage
Booger Brandon.
because other Brandon has spit bread on my
yes,
hand.
yes.
Oh, no.
I forgot
Now-
to bring that up yesterday.
We now have a way to tell you two apart. Booger Brandon and Brandon. Now we finally solved the problem. Now when I have to ask a question to you guys on the show, and I would say Brandon 1, Brandon 2, it's Booger Brandon and Brandon.
well, we can do the black-white thing. I'd rather do that again.
Booger Brandon's better.
Now,
That's better.
Who's Booger Brandon here?
You're Booger Brandon.
He's the one that spit it
You
on
got
me.
bugs on your hands, dude. Don't be picking your nose and leaving the bugs on your hands.
Damn it. Damn it.
It's one of those, like, she's never going to believe you, too.
I don't think she does.
I promise you, it was food. Yeah, sure it was.
Yeah.
Sure it was, Booger Brandon.
And it had the coloring of like it wasn't just like a solid white. It was like,
It definitely looked like a booger.
it might have been bread slaw combo.
Maybe,
It was a little
yeah,
green,
that's-
little white.
that's
I'm like,
definitely possible.
damn it. I remember flicking it going, she's never going to believe that was
crazy.
food. It looked like a booger.
We had multiple food controversies at the Fan Golf Classic. Who could have seen that coming?
At least ours is funny. The other one was ridiculous.
Yes, it
Yes.
was.
I don't do Reggie.
Yeah, the people who are betting their paychecks on it, you are correct. Yes, your guesses are correct. I think there's only one person here that would do
There
that.
was only one candidate.
There was only one candidate who would say no to a veggie burrito.
Well, Booger Brandon and Dirt, we're in today.
Hello.
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
I need a lot of caffeine today. Power through. Here we go.
Power through.
Keep
All
drinking it.
Loaded show today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Dirt and Sprague, buckle up. We get it going next. 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit last season. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout round for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting out Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network.
We have actual legitimate breaking news to pass along to you.
Early morning breaking news. Did we make a trade?
We didn't make it to trade. There is a trade.
There is a trade, but we're just not a part of it. Got it.
A fascinating trade to talk about.
Fantastic.
Now, this was popping up late last night. I stayed up a little later than I wanted to in case this happened before I fell asleep or after I fell asleep, so I wanted to see it.
Wake up the next morning for a bomb. Whoa! What happened?
We got a little Shams bomb.
We do.
The Charlotte Hornets have traded LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, 3 first-round pick swaps in 28, 29, and 30, and 3 second-round picks in 29, 32, 33.
Woo! Woo!
That's
a lot.
The Hornets have created a $40 million trade exception. You said that was a record? Somebody put that was a record?
I think Bobby Marks said that was an NBA record for a trade exception, over $40 million.
I don't think I've ever seen I've never seen that in my life, so I'm just going to trust Bobby Marks. I should anyway. The Timberwolves now, with that trade, they have the number 1 and number 3 pick from the 2020 NBA draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're leaning on, when you look at it from the idea of any years that you could lose your first-round pick, from their standpoint, I like that there's only 1 unprotected first-round pick in there that you're giving up. It's in 2033, so who knows the value of that pick by the time you get there. All the other picks that are at least first-round picks are just swaps, and so, you know, if you're hopeful of re-signing Anthony Edwards and this thing's not going anywhere for the foreseeable future, where are the Timberwolves largely drafting, right, in the back end of the first round if they keep playing the way that they're playing? And so you're flirting with the idea of moving from 29 to 22 or something along those lines. That's not that big of a deal to me.
But isn't that so far out that
the 2033 one, like I have the pick swaps are 28, 29, 30. It's like that's not that 28 at least not that far away.
Sure.
The 2033 unprotected first round pick, like, yeah, dude, that could be a top 5 pick for all we know, because Anthony Edwards might end up leaving.
Well, what if Charlotte's better than Minnesota in 28 and 29 and 30? Then what do the swaps do?
Right.
We do no swapsies?
No swaps. No swapsies. You just stay with your pick. If we're better than you, you're just going to keep your pick. And so that's the one area of the gamble that I like. It's just interesting that that's the player. Like, we knew that they were going to go big game hunting this offseason. They tried with the Giannis stuff. They couldn't get a deal done.
They moved Randall
to create some cap space, so now they got some flexibility. But the irony of them moving Randall is, what did we all say? Hey, this will be a bigger role for Naz Reid. Not anymore. Now he's going to Charlotte.
Yeah.
And it's just like LaMelo Ball's a good player. He's had some really good seasons. He's had some durability issues and some driving issues. But it's just, that's the guy that they targeted and want to go after. And now they're going to have a great tandem in the backcourt. We know that. Jaden McDaniels is a good player. You still got Rudy Gobert. Like, it's, you know, I don't know where I slot them in the Western Conference, but it felt like they did need another scoring punch. And a guy that can run the offense and take some of the pressure off of Anthony Edwards when teams want to double-team him, especially in the playoffs. It feels like they've had an issue with that. So that will alleviate some of that pressure off of Anthony Edwards. Love the move for Charlotte. Like, Con Knippel seems like he's their guy. You got some pick swaps out of it and a first-round pick. Naz Reid's a great, young big in this league who's finally going to maybe go into his role as a starter.
Yep.
I love the trade from their side of it. It's interesting and unique for Minnesota. We'll see if it works out for him.
So LaMelo Ball's numbers last year, you mentioned Charlotte. He averaged 25.8 points per game, 9.2 assists per game, and 6.2 rebounds per game. He shot basically 37% on 13.2 three-pointers per game.
That's a lot of attempts per game.
Well, the year before it was 12.6, 10, 10, 8, and 6. That's his career per game numbers.
We're chucking, baby.
Dude, 13. He averaged 22 shots. 13 of his 22 shot attempts per game were threes.
Let it fly, big man.
40% from the field, and he's a 90% free throw shooter.
Yeah, he's only 24 years old, too. I think 24, 25.
Okay,
young guy.
So, man, this is a fascinating. I'm trying to wrap my brain around this because I knew it was a possibility this could happen. I just expected it to happen at the first segment of the show.
Also, Charlotte, the idea of them, they weren't shopping him. They just were like, yeah, we'll answer the phone if you want to call us.
People were calling them.
All right, let's hear what you got to offer.
It was Toronto and Minnesota was the report last night, last I saw. So my initial reaction is this. Toronto's fit with him is perfect. It makes all the sense in the world. The style of play that they have, the kind of the way the roster is constructed, needing a guy like this. Now, let me go to where he was actually traded, Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Because now in Minnesota, people were debating if this is a good fit. Does this make sense? Who's included in the deal? The report last night was they weren't going to do Jaden McDaniels. We wake up, there is no Jaden McDaniels. It's Naz Reid. Is your gut tell you this makes them better right now?
Yes. How much?
So this move makes them better to you?
I do think it makes them better. I do. Now, what scale of better are we talking here? 10 wins better, 2 wins better, 1 win better?
Are they 1 win better against San Antonio, who's seemingly going to run it back next year?
I do. And
can they beat a San Antonio? Can they beat an Oklahoma City?
Is it DeSomu? Is that how you say the cat's name who just signed? That was the one part of it that I thought when I saw the trade of you just gave him an extension. He filled a little bit of that void of a ball-handling, scoring guard. He certainly played that role for them in the playoffs.
That's what makes this fascinating.
That's the part. That's the only part of it that I'm questioning. But I just think back to times watching them in the postseason. And how many times did it feel like you would just blitz and trap Anthony Edwards anytime he had the ball, and they didn't have a lot of other guys? Like Randall was a fine scorer, but not dominant, not going to take over a game. And I don't know if LaMelo Ball is going to be able to do that in the playoffs. We've only seen him in the playoffs one time, and that was last year for Charlotte.
Well, it was a play-in.
The play-in, touche. Yeah. They lost in the play-in. So, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that for them come postseason time, but his ball-handling ability, his ability to run an offense, to just take the pressure off of Anthony Edwards in that, you can't throw 2 guys at him constantly, because if you do, it's going to leave LaMelo Ball, who's averaged 25 points per game and can knock down threes, and also, by the way, is a great assist guy. And so he can run your offense in those cases. I think that's going to help them tremendously in the playoffs.
So here's the other part of this, because it is a huge trade. The 2033 pick, you talk about good business. I agree with that. I think Charlotte didn't want to depart with LaMelo, but when you get that kind of offer, Naz Reid helps you stretch the floor. He's a really good basketball player. And then you're getting so much pick stuff that it's sure, let's take some swaps, and if we're better, then fine. If we're not, then we'll switch spots with you.
Probably don't make the trade if Con Knippel doesn't have the rookie year he had either. He was so good last year that maybe you're like, all right, I think we could swap this guy out for another piece.
Okay, but so I'm trying to think of the Timberwolves now, and I always usually take this back to the Blazers, okay? So you have Anthony Edwards.
Yes, you do.
One of the premier offensive players in the league.
Yes, you do.
You now have LaMelo Ball, who basically averaged 26 points per game and shoots 37% from 3, and he's, 6'8", I think he is?
A bigger guard who, by the way, 9 assists per game, too.
Exactly. Super athletic, move the ball. Jaden McDaniels, we saw it in the elimination game of Denver. Io DeSomo had 40, and Jaden McDaniels, I think, gave him 30.
Yeah, it was those 2 guys that carried him in the elimination game.
Io just showed you that if he needs to, he can be a guy that gets you 20 to 30 points. You start going down kind of the list, and I think the thought from a Tim Conley, who is the guy that built the Denver Nuggets, who's now since gone to Minnesota, I think the thinking for him is, which one are you going to double team versus good luck defending all 4?
Yes.
Right?
We have we can come at you in waves now offensively.
Yeah, and I think that's the thinking is defensively, we'll kind of wait and see. You still have Rudy Gobert anchoring the middle in the paint. Yep. He's still a good defensive player.
One of the better ones in the league.
I think Ant's a good defender when he's locked in to play defense. Io is kind of strong. LaMelo, not as much. I'm not as big a LaMelo defensive guy.
Right.
But I just think the thinking here is Now we have 4 dudes that at any given moment we're going to get 20 points from. Maybe you got 3 guys here getting you 20 points. Like, I don't know how the ball distribution is going to go, but it's more of a bank on we're going to have too much offense for you to try to prepare for. I don't know if that's actually going to play out.
Right, if that's their thought process.
I'm just trying to put myself in if this is us and this is our roster, our team.
That would be my argument.
Are you feeling better about the Anthony Edwards future in Minnesota, given the narratives have popped up already of, I don't know, man. Like, does this make you feel less worried about him demanding out?
In the short term, yeah. I didn't have that fear in the next 16 months or so. I didn't think we would escalate to that point. I also, with the Randall trade and the reported interest in Giannis, you just kind of felt like they were going to be aggressive. Now, who they were going to go get, we didn't know until last night. It started to leak that maybe LaMelo Ball was going to be their answer. I think we also saw a little bit in the NBA Finals where we talked about this on the show yesterday. Kevin Durant, to his credit, has a quote out there about winning championships and the idea that defense gets it done. And he's like, yeah, I mean, defense you need in order to win championships. But you know what else you need? That's probably more important. Somebody in a tight ball game who's getting double teamed who can knock down a tough bucket, right? Like, you got to be able to make buckets late in clutch situations and be able to score offensively in order to win. And I thought San Antonio showed that. They were so dominant defensively, so good when Wemby's on the floor on that side of it, but at times they bogged down and couldn't have somebody that could create something.
Yeah.
And the Desomnu one is interesting because he popped so much in the playoffs. There's a lingering question for me of
was it real?
What's real?
Yeah.
Like, he averaged 14 points per game, which is not bad. That's a good player, and I thought the contract was a good value for him. But, like, having 43 and 25 in back-to-back playoff games is a bit of an outlier for him. Now, maybe he takes that and builds on it and is more confident and his numbers go up a little bit this year. That was the only thought when they re-signed him. In the back of my head, I'm thinking, if you're banking on that guy being what he was in the Denver series in the first round, I don't know if that's going to happen. And so now you have a little more insurance. And again, the idea of them having multiple guys who can handle the ball and create their own shot is going to, in my opinion, make them tougher to beat come postseason time. And I think you pointed out the most obvious thing, and the best part of it is that you still have Rudy Gobert, controlling the paint as one of the most dominant defensive bigs in the league. And so you're not too worried about that side of the ball, and now they can come at you at waves in offense.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering last night when I saw this because we didn't have names involved. It was just teams.
Yeah, I'm surprised they gave up Naz Reid.
I thought it was going to be Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
But Naz Reid he's got good size. He's not got great center size. Like, you'd be running a really small kind of lineup there.
Right.
And I know that I think they really like Naz Reid. I bet you that wasn't the easiest thing for them to do, given he was an undrafted player who became quite the role guy for him. Who is more concerned today, the NBA Western Conference or drivers in Minneapolis?
Drivers in Minneapolis.
I think
for
right
now.
Answer.
For now, drivers.
Yeah.
As long as OKC and San Antonio are there, I don't know if this puts you in that category, but you got to keep trying, and maybe it gets you closer.
Speaking of trying, we had another trade happen yesterday. We could talk about that a little bit. We will get to the Blazer stuff, but not till in the 8 a.m. hour. I'm going to punt that to 8 a.m. We got Wright Gazaway. He's going to join us today of K2. He had some stuff. He put out a Dundon video who met with the chambers, the Metro, City Chambers of Commerce or whatever it is.
Business leaders of Portland.
Business leaders, the movers and shakers. And he gave some thoughts on the arena funding stuff. Some people are terrified now because of everything that happened yesterday. So we'll talk with Wright Gazaway coming up at 8 and dive into that at 8 a.m. I got a segment specifically made for Dirt.
Ooh.
It literally on my show sheet says
For Dirt.
The Dirt Special.
Oh,
that's how I put it on the show sheet.
Do I get a corn dog with the segment?
I think you're gonna feel like you have a corn dog.
Oh, if you're making me feel like I got a corn dog, I'm feeling good.
We'll get to that at 7 a.m. But back with another trade that happened yesterday in the Western Conference. Dirt and Sprague on the Fan. It is a Magic Hat Thursday. We'll get to that in the final hour of the radio program.
Love my Magic Hat submissions today. I feel like I'm bringing it hard in the paint.
I like mine too.
Okay. We're tacking the rim today.
I'm pretty sure I left one in there from last week. I think I did. We'll have to kind of check to see what it is.
Well, we remember what it was.
Well, that's always the toughest part. We'll get to that in the final hour. A special segment just for Dirt at 7.
Thank you.
We can yell about Caitlin Clark being left off the 30-year anniversary poster of the WNBA and getting a knuckle sandwich to the throat.
She did get a knuckle sandwich last night.
I just want to highlight...
I didn't see the 30th anniversary thing. What was that?
Well...
All right. We don't need to get to
They made a poster that says 30 years.
Okay, for the league?
And they put a bunch of players and all the team logos on it.
Yeah.
She is not on that.
Okay. How many players were on it? One for every team, or are we talking just like a random 15?
Yeah,
how exclusive is the group?
Paige Beckers was on it.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't a
now
history of the league thing.
I get why the Clark stands are upset now.
But also Bridget Carlton of your Portland Fire were also on it.
Ah.
Yeah, so maybe everybody from every team is on it. Then who would be representing the
Fever? Because there's a
Fever?
mix of like old players and current players.
Did Cunningham get it for the Fever? They put her on there instead?
Correct, sir.
Wait.
Did they really?
Is she really on it?
Correct, sir.
They put Cunningham on it over Caitlin Clark.
How about that?
The Clark stands are not going to be happy about that.
No, the people that don't watch the WNBA, but anytime they see Caitlin Clark's name, they just yell about it.
Every time something happens to her in a WNBA game, it shows up in my algorithm.
You would have thought that was attempted murder last night with that foul situation.
Anytime she barks at an official, gets into it with another player, hits a game-winning shot, I cannot not see it. Nothing else from the WNBA will ever pop into my algorithm, but that will always be in there.
I like Caitlin Clark. I just find she got a technical. What a soft-ass league with terrible refs. She got fouled and the person didn't get ejected. What is this league doing? How terrible. Don't you dare touch our Caitlin.
Can we protect her, please, Kay? She's your moneymaker, WNBA.
Well, in the WNBA, to also place blame, they also have not. You need to be leaning into what's obviously making you money. What are you doing here?
Yes, she is whether it's fair or right or not.
It doesn't matter.
She is the face of your league, and she is the most popular player in your league, and you ride that thing until you can't ride it anymore.
The Detroit Pistons made a trade yesterday. Did you watch the second round of the NBA draft?
I was glued to it from start to every pick, dude. Waiting to see. We got to trade in for a second-round pick, right? We got to get somebody. Draft week, there's got to be one new Blazer.
I actually didn't think we would.
No, I didn't.
I think we ended up didn't we become the only team to not select a player in the whole league yesterday?
We signed a guy to come hang out with his contract.
Exhibition contract.
Come play in Vegas in a couple of weeks. We signed one of those guys that I've never heard of before. But yeah, I believe we were the only team who did not pick a player. No, I did not watch a second of it.
I didn't either. I think it's incredibly stupid what that league is doing with the breaking up of just 2 rounds in back-to-back days.
We want to be the NFL, but nobody cares.
Well, you want to be the NFL? Fine. That's not the area to be the NFL. Move your draft around to all the cities, you idiot.
Why don't we take that idea instead of the multi-day draft?
Don't get me started. We had a trade yesterday. Probably the most notable thing going during the second round was this trade and then the rumor of the trade that we just talked about, LaMelo Ball to the Wolves. The Detroit Pistons traded Isaiah Stewart to the Memphis Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks.
Beef.
The funny thing was all of those 3 future second-round picks were traded from Detroit to Memphis the day prior in round 1 so they could move back. And then the second day, they're like, you want those picks back for us to get Beef Stewart?
Take them back.
And so because of the trade, they have now opened up cap space in Detroit that has a lot of people going, what's your move going to be?
You know who could? I mean, I don't know about the fit with Cunningham and LaMelo, but they need another guy who can handle the ball and score for them. That's what they are desperate for.
Jaylen Brown in Detroit would be great.
Yep, Jaylen Brown in Detroit would be great.
But I said this during the Giannis trade conversation. Keep an eye on Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
That trade's not finalized till July 6th.
Yeah, you add more teams in the mix if you need to.
Yeah, maybe another team or two jumps in and they make this a bigger trade. But I don't know if there's been a player in the entire league's history, as decorated and as long as it's been around, has there ever been a player that fits the 2 teams they play on to begin their careers more or better than Isaiah Beef Stewart?
To go from the Detroit Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, to the grit and grind Memphis Grizzlies. No, that's perfect.
I don't know if there's been a better crossover player for 2 franchises in the whole league than Isaiah Beef Stewart.
Who is the other, what's a third physical will beat you up basketball team that he could get traded to after Memphis?
Well, now
is there another candidate?
Yeah, in like 4 or 5 years,
who's the third dirtiest
he would be
team?
the perfect backup big for Wemby to just go in there and piss everybody off. Like he's definitely the guy who Wemby leans into and he goes, "You know what to do."
You know what to do.
And he goes in there and goes, "Oh yeah, I do. It's beef time."
I just love the only thing I ever see from Isaiah Stewart, Beef Stewart, other than when they make the playoffs, is the like once a month where he gets into a legitimate fight with another NBA player. It happens, clockwork. Every 5 to 6 weeks, you know he's going to get into it with somebody. He's going to come running out on the floor. He's going to sprint across the floor. He's going to do something dirty. He's going to get in your face. And I've always said this, I would love to have players like that on Portland's roster. We have a little bit of that with Klingon. He's got a little spice to him, but he ain't no Beef Stewart.
Tamani can get a little spicy.
Tamani can get a little spicy, but they're no Beef Stewart. Beef Stewart is
Beef Stewart is
Beef
101.
Stewart is kind of 101 right now in the NBA, and I'd love to have a guy with that physicality. The bigger story, like him going to Memphis, whatever. Memphis is going to suck for a while. We'll see what they do with Ja Morant.
This is another thing, dude. I don't want to. I'm not going to pretend the Grizzlies are going to be amazing. They're quietly building a team that's, I think, going to be pretty good in 2 years.
I mean, yeah, give them a couple years,
they'll
get there.
Look at the Western Conference right now, dude. We talked about this.
Give them a couple years, they'll get there. I'm a big Boozer guy. Like I'm with you there. They got a nice haul for Triple J when they traded him.
Yeah.
Ja Morant's gonna get traded this offseason.
Well,
like, if you can find somebody that wants to take the contract, they want to move on from him. And maybe there's something there for whoever goes and gets him. The bigger story. Cedric, yes, that was God. You reminded me of that watching the first round of the draft as they're taking Boozer, and they had a graphic up of like key players on their roster.
Their nucleus is pretty nice little young nucleus, man.
It's a shame we didn't have a chance to take him in the first round. If only we had the ability. But the bigger story out of this is Detroit and what they're going to do, because as we see now in the NBA, Detroit certainly had a great year last year. Then they were almost fortunate to get out of the first round of the playoffs. We almost had a 1-8 upset. They clearly need more. They're not one of those young teams that I think that screams run it all back. Like, let's let this thing develop. Like, you kind of know what your deficiencies are. So they've created some space. They have some flexibility now. And now it almost just reminds me of the Minnesota question. Minnesota did this, and we all thought, all right, who's the player going to be? Mm-hmm. We know you're going to go get somebody. Who's it going to be? Turns out this morning to be LaMelo Ball. And now we start on that watch for Detroit, because they certainly need another player and another scorer.
He definitely is somebody that you can go and look him up, and the amount of videos that are on the internet since his time in Detroit. I mean, he has a moment where they got into a brouhaha with the Pacers a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And he was pushing and shoving, and Miles Turner came in, and he laughed, and he said, "Shut your ass up. You play with Legos." Told that to Miles Turner. Steph Curry got into it with him, and he laughed, and he said, "Sit your ass down. You're an itty-bitty guy. You don't want none of this smoke."
No, I don't think you do, Steph.
One of the great stories of Isaiah Stewart is they did Isaiah Stewart bobblehead night in Detroit, and he had been suspended for that game.
He's kind of the Huskies' Dylan Brooks. Like, I wish that was our villain. Why can't that be our villain?
I'm going to push back on that. I don't think he is. I think they love that Beef Stewart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's a villain, but
I don't think Duck fans love Dylan Brooks.
My point is that they have a villain from their college who beats people up in the NBA. I wish that was our villain instead of a guy who does what Dylan Brooks does. Like, I wish that I could embrace this level of villain, because he's a great villain in the NBA.
There was a reporter yesterday in Memphis. God, I'm trying to find it. I should have copy-pasted it. So Memphis took a player. Give me a second here. I think his nickname is Potato.
Potato?
And so people were like, you could not draw up having better beef and potato on your roster.
Tell me he's a big. Tell me we get a front
He's a
court.
white.
He's a white potato?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to remember how this was phrased.
If we're being honest, Potato as a nickname makes a lot more sense for a white guy. Is he from Idaho? Does he happen to be from Idaho?
No, I'm trying to see who it was.
Beef and potatoes.
I read it and I started laughing out loud. I'm like, that is so perfect.
You got a guy in there, too. Like, you're going to try and run stuff through Boozer right out of the gate, I would imagine. You got a big next to him.
Dude, you got Boozer, you got Zach Edey, Cedric Coward. You've got Isaiah Stewart now. Like, it's not a bad little start place.
Well, and they're going to probably suck again next year, and so you're going to add another pick to it, and you hope you land on the right guy.
It was Richie Saunders, the BYU player who got hurt.
Richie Saunders.
His great-grandfather is credited with inventing the tater tot.
What?
So people nickname him.
No way.
They call him the Tater Tot King.
Yep.
So in Memphis now, they've got beef and potato.
That's pretty badass.
I'm kind of jealous.
Like, to have something that you're known for the tater tot is elite.
Would you rather be known as the tater tot inventor or the JoJo inventor?
Tater tot. And I love JoJo's. Don't get me wrong.
Tater tots are infinite.
Tater tot, like Cajun tots.
Yeah. A dry JoJo's terrible.
It's no good.
How many bad tots do you really get?
You don't get that many bad tots.
Exactly.
You can get a bad JoJo.
Yes,
and it's not, even with the right dipping sauce, it still ain't going to get the job done.
So Beef Stewart traded to Memphis. Teams in the West being active. LaMelo Ball, if you're just tuning in, is a Minnesota Timberwolf. Big trade early this morning. Loaded second hour. We kick it off. The Dirt Special, Hour 2. Dirt and Sprague on the Fan.
The George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Hornets are trading star guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a future unprotected first-round pick, 3 future first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round picks. Ball will now join Anthony Edwards after averaging 20 points and 7 assists for Charlotte. last season. The Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart last season averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout rounds for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting out Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky at 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fans.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Indeed. Good morning. Hope you got that espresso in your system. Happy Thursday, everybody. We will get to a Magic Hat dealing in the final hour of the radio program, as we do every Thursday. And we will not dive into the Blazers here. We're gonna hold that and talk with our good friend, Wright Gazaway of K2.
Yes, he was doing the Rip City wrap-up in the playoffs for him.
I was going to ask
the finals, I think.
Maybe we should ask him. Is he the new host of that?
Is he taking over Rip City wrap-up?
Did he sub Danny out?
Did he Wally Pip Danny?
Oh, my God.
I got follow-up questions here.
We do have follow-up questions. We'll talk about Tom Dundon. He's in the news again. Also, the contract is in the news again. JB Bickerstaff and the coaching community not very happy.
They are not happy that one of their own did not get a fully guaranteed contract.
How come we don't? We should be rallying together as radio hosts around the country.
Yes, where are these people for us?
I'm like, you're only paying Tim $29,600.
That's it. This is outrageous.
He hosts 10 to 2.
Wait, you're telling me if I get fired, I don't get paid every penny of my contract, even if I suck at my job? How do I not get that deal?
Have you ever been outraged by a contract not involving yours in your life?
No, I don't think I have. I don't think that. Teachers should get paid more money. I'm outraged by the amount of money teachers make.
I'm with you on that
they
one.
They deserve to make a lot more money.
Outside of a general career field.
No.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't bother me.
So we'll get into all that coming up in the 8 a.m. hour. You can reach the show at the fan text line, 503-864-6326. A couple poll questions are up. Let's recap hour 1 real quick.
Ooh, what do we got?
By the way, if you ever missed the show, we appreciate you checking out the podcast. You can find it where you get all your podcasts. We discussed hot dogs and corn dogs.
Yes, we did.
I am now Booger Brandon.
Yeah, that happened.
Because Black Brandon spit his food out of his mouth on my hand, and somebody thought it was a booger, but I told them it wasn't, but they gave me a look as if I'm a liar.
Yeah, they didn't believe you. You had a booger on your hand.
So thank you for that one. I appreciate it. And then we had a big breaking news trade happen in the NBA. LaMelo Ball is a Minnesota Timberwolf. Yes, if you're getting in your car this morning, that really happened. LaMelo Ball is a Timberwolf with Josh Green, and Naz Reid and a bunch of draft stuff went to Charlotte. So that happened, and then we got into Beef Stewart. And so we got 2 poll questions up. Do you think the Minnesota Timberwolves got better adding LaMelo Ball? 68.8% of you are saying no.
No, yeah. Not a lot of belief out there in LaMelo Ball. He's a showboat. He doesn't play winning basketball. I've seen a lot of those takes so far.
Played pretty good winning basketball last year for a franchise that's been pretty terrible, but he is a bit of a goofball. I won't deny that. He is
absolutely a goofball, and you do not trust him behind a wheel. That's terrifying.
And then the second poll question we just posted, which one would you rather have, JoJo's or Tater Tots? The reason we asked that question is because Richie Saunders of BYU was drafted by the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday. His great-grandfather is credited for inventing the Tater Tot, and so now the Memphis Grizzlies have a guy whose nickname is Beef Stewart paired with a white guy who many call Tater Tot, a.k.a. they have beef and potatoes in Memphis.
A.k.a. the big potato. That's what they're going with. Now, did his grandfather
Great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather, thank you. He invented the tater tot. Hat tip to you.
He's credited with it. I don't know
Appreciate
if he
that.
actually invented it.
What's wrong with it? Why
know.
not? Did he also add Cajun spice? Or did the Cajun spice come from somebody else? Because if not, I'd like to go find the person who decided to put Cajun spice on there and personally thank them as well.
Cajun spice is an elite seasoning for tater tots.
If you're getting tater tots,
you're always taking the
100% of the time you're getting Cajun tots. If you have the option for regular tots or Cajun tots.
If I ever find my way into a McMinimans, the only thing I'm thinking about is the Cajun tot.
I don't even need it. Don't give me a bird.
I don't need anything
just
else.
Give me 2 big baskets of Cajun tots, and I'm eating a pound of ranch with it.
Also, what would the percentage odds be that Richie Saunders' great-grandfather is the Elvis Presley of tater tot, that he actually stole it from a black guy?
Yeah, that's probably pretty high.
That's got to be an 82% chance, right?
The whole idea of who invented things a long time ago, it's a lot of gray area
Probably
there.
went to New Orleans, saw the Cajun tot,
These
said,
are
I'm
good.
taking this back.
Take it to the mainstream.
I'm going to say I invented it.
I invented rock and roll. No, you didn't, Elvis. Go do some drugs on your toilet.
But we start the second hour. We'll get to the Blazer stuff, I promise. We'll get to all of that. Keep it down. Calm it down.
Hold on.
I know some of you out there really want to talk about it, yell about it.
Yelling at me.
I have a segment that I've called on my show sheet, The Dirt Special.
Hey, happy wife, happy life.
That's kind of how I view life.
You gonna make me happy?
I'm going to try. How would you like to hear on June 25th
June 25th, okay.
that your team's going to win the national championship?
That'd be pretty cool, Bob.
Would that make you happy?
That would make me pretty happy. I feel like I've heard that a few times in my life, so I don't know how I feel about that statement on June 25th when we're 2 months away from the season even beginning. But I'll take it right now if you want to give it to me.
I mean, dude, we're about a month away from the media day.
Yeah.
And we're about a month and a half away from fall camp.
Yeah, it'll be early or late July, early August is when all that stuff will start kicking up.
I'm in football mode year round.
Yeah.
And so I saw this and I wanted to get to it yesterday, but we didn't have time because we were making up for Tuesday.
They announced their players going to Big Ten Media Day yesterday.
I'm going to guess.
Oh, okay.
Dante Moore.
Correct.
And
3. They're taking 3.
Oh, they're taking 3.
Taking 3. Yeah, it's a Big Ten thing. They take 3.
Evan Stewart.
No.
DeCorian.
No.
Older.
With defensive lineman, Tatum Tuioti.
Tuioti.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last one I would not have guessed.
It's going to be like a...
He might be a first-round pick, though.
Offensive lineman?
No, but an offensive player.
Okay. Who?
Jeremy Johnson.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it makes sense, but I wouldn't have picked him. He's only been there for a year, but makes sense when you see it.
Send him to the league. You want to highlight it.
Yep.
Brad Crawford of 24/7 had this, and I thought this was a really interesting nugget here. He says we should be paying more attention to Oregon football this summer as the national title frontrunner. And he puts up a graphic with some numbers. I think it's very interesting. So the national champions the last 3 years, Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, 3 Big Ten teams, okay? Michigan's scoring defense, 10.4 points per game given up. Scoring offense, 35.9, which was 14th. 3 regular season wins over top 25 teams. Penalties per game is 3, which was tied for first. Ohio State, 12.9 points per game given up, 35.7 points per game scored. 2 regular season wins over top 25 teams, 4.5 tied for 11th in penalties per game. Indiana, 11.7 points per game, 41.6 points per game scored. 3 regular season wins over top 25, including your Oregon Ducks.
Twice, yeah.
3.8 penalties per game, tied 5th. And right now, Oregon goes in with 8 starters returning on defense. So I think he's kind of hinting at what's the points per game given up going to be.
Right. If it was good last year and you're returning 8 starters, it should, in theory, be good again.
6 of your 11 starters on offense, including your quarterback, returning on offense.
Last year, I believe, going into the season, they were returning a total of 3 starters, and this year they're returning 14 starters.
Plus, Evan Stewart will be back into the fold.
Yep.
3 projected ranked opponents right now on your schedule, which is exactly where all 3 of those national champions were sitting with their wins. And they were 5.1 penalties per game, which was 13th in the Big Ten. So that's penalties have always kind of been a landing problem. That's the one area I would say of Oregon in the landing area that's been a little sloppy for them. But it's just interesting of like how many starters return, and then you look at the 3 prior national champions, and Brad Crawford's just asking, like, they kind of check a lot of the boxes. They're 48-8 at Oregon under Dan Lanning, which includes a 17-1 mark in the Big Ten.
Yep.
And he has back-to-back top 5 finishes, 3 inside the top 10 in 4 seasons.
I mean, they've been knocking on the door, and I think by the way, it's Jamari Johnson. I'm on 2 hours of sleep. I apologize, not Jeremy. Give me a little leeway here today. The tight end who's going to Big Ten Media Day.
I knew who you were talking
about. Yes. It is the blueprint in modern college football of how you want to build a championship team, and it's not easy to always do. You go back to, previous years under Lanning, and they've had guys that they have not been able to convince to come back for another year. There's always a nice NIL package waiting for them, but for some reason, some guys want to go right now. They want to go test waters in the NFL, and other guys you can be able to convince. They just happen to have an offseason where they were able to convince a good amount of guys, including a quarterback who would have been the 2nd overall pick in the NFL draft, and 3 starting defensive linemen who all would have been drafted, where probably not all in the first round, but Amari Washington had a chance to be a first-round pick maybe in the back end. Mateo would have been in the first 3 rounds, and I think Tatum Tuioti would have been a relatively high pick as well. When you go back to that Ohio State championship team from 2 years ago, that entire defensive line, what did they do? They came back for another year. You go back, remember all those names of guys that decided to give it one more go-around. The Indiana roster was old and veteran. I mean, the average age of their football team last year was damn near the same age of the Green Bay Packers. That's how long they had been around. And so you have to have this balance of you got to have a quarterback in place that can execute your offense. I feel like Oregon thinks that they can check that box considering the year Dante had. Now it's about what steps can he take to get better, but it's also convincing some key guys to return for another season to give you the experience and to give you the veteran leadership inside your locker room and the high-level play on the field that you imagine all of them will bring. And so when you look at the blueprint the last couple of years, Oregon has certainly followed that, and they're going to backfill with a lot of young guys who will get some more reps this season. I do think there are still question marks positionally on their team that maybe in fall camp we'll find out about, or maybe we got to wait until the start of the season to find out about how it's exactly going to look. Offensive line and linebacker being the primary 2. But if there's a blueprint from the last couple of years, Oregon has followed it. Return your quarterback or have a veteran quarterback who's played a lot of football mixed with having some key guys, particularly on the defensive line, return for another season.
Well, all the noise in college football has largely been about Sorsby and the Save or Protect College Sports Act stuff. We haven't actually dove into much, and it's June. We'll get into it in July, and we'll obviously dive fully into it when August is here and camps are underway. But in reading that from him, I started wondering, because the hype train has rolled out, and we got audio I want to get to here in the segment.
Yes, the campaign has begun.
The Dante Moore campaign has begun. He was already a candidate for a large portion of last season, and he ended up having a great year as a first-year starter for Oregon. And now he's come back. He's building up this buzz. They did the billboard in, was it Tokyo or was it China?
I don't know if it's in Tokyo, but I know it's in Japan because they're going over to Japan relatively soon,
and
if I'm not wrong.
They made a video. So, the campaign is going to be kicking off. I think for many, you can never predict who's going to win the title. To your point, in a jokey way, how are they going to break your heart this year? Are they going to lose to the team that they either beat or they barely lost to but get blown out this time?
Can't wait to beat Ohio State in Columbus and then play them in the Fiesta Bowl and lose by 42.
Saying goes,
how does this happen again? Stop!
Oh. If it happened again.
Well, that's a question for another day.
That's
a problem from tomorrow, Dirt. Today, Dirt's not going to deal with that one.
Today, Dirt doesn't want to think about that.
Today, Dirt does not want to think about that.
August, Dirt will get back to you on that.
August, Dirt will get back to you on that. Tomorrow, Dirt will handle that.
But the campaign's going to roll out. The
yes,
buzz is here, man. The amount of starters coming back, the experience, and even guys who didn't start, the way he's recruited here, this is as loaded a talented team as he's had in Eugene. I mean, I feel like we've been saying the last 2-3 years.
This is the whole point. Yeah, this is the part of it that leaves me very excited. I don't know how this season's going to go. They certainly deserve a lot of the accolades and attention they're going to get going into the season. They were a very good team last year. They returned the majority of their roster this year. Quarterback, all that stuff back. We know why that they're going to get the props and the praise going into the season and why a lot of people will probably pick them to win the national championship. I was just having this conversation with a buddy over a round of golf a couple weeks ago who lives and breathes it just like I do, and he had the thought of man, if they don't win it this year, it's going to be crushing. And I understand.
But it's not. It is, but it isn't. It's a weird position to be in.
This is the unique thing about Oregon and where they're at right now. It obviously will be crushing. If you come up short, not winning the title last year, guess what it was? Crushing. What was it the year before?
Crushing.
But
2010. Crushing.
They're all crushing, right? If you don't win it, and when you haven't won one, they kill you at the end of the year.
Yes.
I know the pain that you speak of because I go through it every season. But this was the point that I tried to make because we're going to go into the season and say it's probably the most talented roster that Lanning has had, and I don't disagree with the claim. I think it probably is the most talented roster. What did we say about his team 2 years ago?
I feel like we said it last year, right?
Last year was a little bit different because they only returned 3 starters. Like there was question marks of Evan Stewart was going to be out the whole year. Dante Moore throws pick sixes. You're replacing so many pieces. Like there were only 3 starters returning on that team. That was the conversation a year ago.
Year was
That was the year 2 years ago that everybody said, and then they damn near lost to Idaho and Boise in the first 2 weeks. Everybody thought, oh God, this could be a terrible year, and then they ended up running the table and going undefeated until Ohio State did what they did to them in the Rose Bowl at the end of the season. The point being, though, in the last 2 years, we've had a year where Oregon was supposed to contend for a national championship, and they did until the last game of the season. And then last year, they weren't. And what did they do? They were still one of the Final Four teams of the sport, and they went further than they did the year before in the college football playoff, winning the James Madison game doesn't count, but they dominated Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. So they no matter what the roster looks like going into the year, they have shown you year in and year out they can hang with the best programs in the sport. And so the idea of it like this is it if you don't win it this year, that's the only part that I will push back on. There's pressure to win a title. Anything short of a title this year will feel like a disappointment. But based on the way you're recruiting and retaining talent, like you're not going anywhere. And you just keep taking cracks at it, and you hope at some point you get the right domino to fall or the right injury luck or the right bounce or whatever, and things break your way at the end of the season.
Speaking of the Dante Moore Heisman campaign, we mentioned it's kicked off, and they made a video. I saw Dan Lanning put this out yesterday, but the Oregon Athletic Department made a video. I quite enjoyed it. Here is a comedic video hyping up the Dante Moore is coming back season.
Are you tired of saying goodbye to your favorite players? Tired of asking, will they ever come back? Hi, I'm Mort Morrison, and I'm here to tell you, yes, there's more. More touchdowns, more lasers, more spirals, more wins. If you like what you saw last season, yes, there's more. More highlights. Yes, more sellies. Yes, more.
I couldn't get out of bed before Dante Moore. I was sad and depressed. Now look at me. I'm in the sun and so happy because of Dante Moore.
Dante Moore makes me so happy. I love Dante Moore. He's my hero. He changed my life.
Wow, you heard the people. They want more. You're probably wondering, will there be more clutch moments? Yes, there's more. More celebrations? Yes, there's more. More fun? Yes, there's more. Do you want more out of your clothes? Spray it with our patented formula. 5 times more effective than your regular formula. Just spray on. And voila. You have more. To find out more, call 1-800-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-555-5 5. Call today, and you're going to get more.
What if you get more?
Are you going to get more?
Offer only valid in the states of Oregon and Michigan. Side effects include saying the word more repeatedly over and over and over again. Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, fast talking, more shortness of breath, loss of hair, loss of facial hair, regrowth of facial hair, and possible fainting. For more information, visit the website below. Witness the power of more!
You got more fever over there?
Not as much as that.
Huh? You buying into the more Heisman campaign?
I thought that was a really good commercial thing that they made. I like making campaigns that way. I'm cool with the billboards. I understand why you do it.
Yeah, they're going to do it.
They're iconic. You know,
returning starting quarterback who is a Heisman buzz got to get it at Oregon.
So I said it last year, and you wrote it down.
I did.
And for a while, I had people like Sprague.
I know you were shaking in your boots halfway through the season. You were worried. You were worried.
I knew when he played a real team like Indiana.
Oh yeah,
throw picks. Throw picks. If you want to write it down, I'll tell you right now, June 25th, he will be at the Heisman ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty disappointing if he wasn't.
It's just hard for me, and that's not to say you can't have.
No,
if
you can
Arch
still have a great
lives
year.
up to the hype, Arch will be there. We know that, right?
Well, Ohio State won the national title 2 years ago, and their quarterback was not a Heisman finalist, and he was a 6th-round pick.
Right? Yeah, and I thought last year
played horrible in big moments too.
Their
until
guy
they
last
didn't.
year was there, and I'm like, he was not very good to me.
No,
I just have a hard time seeing the schedule coming back, putting up the numbers he did last year.
Yeah.
I would be a little surprised if he didn't. It's not to say that other players, because of how big the sport is, won't have good years. That kid at Auburn that transferred from South Florida might be a guy.
Yeah, Byron Brown.
Sellers, maybe he pops at South Carolina his last year. Arch, all these other players. But
right.
I would be willing to say the opposite of what I said last year. I will be a little surprised if he's not in New York for the Heisman ceremony.
Well, I think the other thing they got going for him outside of obviously a quarterback back and the defensive line, which are two very important things, is I like the schedule break for him. To me, it sets up nicely, right? Like you get a couple of interesting early tests that you should not lose, but it's not, you don't play Portland State till your third game, and that'll be your 90-0 final. I like the matchup against USC. It's early in the season, but that to me has been a matchup that I feel confident going into as an Oregon fan in the Dan Lanning and Lincoln Riley era.
Yep.
Outside of that, Illinois is replacing a lot, and I don't really know what to make of teams like Michigan and Michigan State this year. Like Michigan being in the second of a back-to-back with Ohio State, that part of it's challenging. You got to go to Columbus and play the Buckeyes and come home and play Michigan the next week. Are they going to have a functioning offense? If you lose, are you going to have that kind of bounce back game if you fall in Columbus and that's the one regular season game you lose? To me, I like the way the schedule shakes out for them this year. Your two biggest games are probably on the road in USC and Ohio State, but again, I like the matchup against USC. Ohio State game will be a toss-up in one of the bigger games of the regular season. Outside of that, man, I got confidence against everybody they're playing that's lining up in front of them.
Brad Crawford, 24/7, says maybe we should keep an eye on maybe Oregon should be the front runner to win the national championship. There you go.
This is the year.
Did you feel like you had a corn dog there?
This is the year. I feel like I ate two of them.
Two of them?
Can't wait till they get blown out in the semifinals again.
We don't need any extra motivation to come in and want to whoop your ass.
No, we don't, Dan.
Getting blown out by Ohio State in a playoff game
I don't care
again.
who it is. I don't care who it is. It does not matter who it is. Ohio State would hurt. Indiana would hurt. I don't care.
doing it to you would.
I mean, yeah, that would suck, but
the exchange.
There's obviously different levels of pain, but no matter who it is,
the pain is pain.
The pain is pain.
Yeah.
At some point, you're just feeling pain. If it happens again, yeah, dude, we're gonna have to answer some hard questions.
We'll get into the Blazer stuff coming up in the 8 a.m. hour. Tom Dundon and the funding for the city debate that's been happening. But coming up next, we'll stick in the sport of football, and we'll talk about a pretty random big arrest that happened yesterday. Let's talk about that next on The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Hornets are trading star guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a future unprotected first-round pick, 3 future first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round picks. Ball will now join Anthony Edwards after averaging 20 points and 7 assists for Charlotte last season. The Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart last season averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout rounds for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting down Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fans.
We'll start diving into some Blazer-related stuff in the 8 a.m. hour. We got a Magic Hat Thursday to get to in the final hour of the radio program.
Did we make a trade? Did we do something? We got a guy? Did we get somebody? Something happened? No. Okay.
I haven't seen anything. Okay. Have we made a trade?
No, I'm just checking, making sure I didn't miss anything. Hot off the presses. Keeping an eye on it.
You know.
Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Joe.
If we don't make a trade, how quickly will we blame Dundon's cheapness on it?
Yeah, absolutely is where
there's maybe a no-lose situation here for Cronin. Yeah. He either tries to make the trade, gets enough people to tell you publicly he had the trade.
It was right there.
It takes 2 to tango.
Yes.
He did his part.
He offered a second-round pick for Jaylen Brown, and they said for whatever reason they didn't want to dance.
Or it is nobody would talk to the team because Tom Dundon's cheapness got in the way. Right. So what do you expect him to do?
Nobody would even entertain the notion of debating trades with you because you have the worst owner in all of sports.
I'm not kidding, but I'm kind of kidding, but I'm not really kidding that if they don't make a move of note, I will be ready to watch the media collectively blame Tom Dundon's cheapness on the general manager not getting a big trade done.
Yeah, I know it's early. I'm complaining about a 3-0 game in the first quarter. We got a long ways to go in the offseason, but, just a little activity would be nice. We didn't have any picks in the draft. We've only signed a guy to a summer league contract. Just something, man. Anything.
I told you, who knows who we trade for if we make the trade, right? But just seeing the Trailblazers being mentioned as the landing spot of, I don't know, a fill-in, a good player that we all kind of like.
A finalist. Maybe this player is going to be on the move. Here are the 3 finalists that are in the mix for him.
To be what the Minnesota Timberwolves were last night. And now today they ended up making the trade. But the Timberwolves and the Raptors involved in talks for, if it's the Blazers and the Clippers.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yes, we're in the talks.
We're one of the final 2. It's down to us and the Clippers.
Right now,
we got a 50-50 shot of getting this guy.
We're protesting the owner who hates thinking about spending his own money while people debate and hate our coaching salary and not being mentioned at all, and got a new player from the draft.
Things are going great.
Things are going swimmingly.
Things are going wonderful.
Speaking of going wonderful, an odd day for World Cup fever.
It is a little bit of an odd day today.
So it doesn't matter what happens against Turkey. So we're not playing all our best players in this match, correct? Because we could still beat Turkey.
We already know our next opponent, our round of 32 opponent, I believe.
The knockout stage.
Yeah, don't we already know who it is? I thought we found out yesterday. With a certain outcome, we know who we're playing.
Yeah, I think Bosnia is going to be our round of 32 opponent, yes.
Did you see who was it yesterday that got their first knockout ever? Was it South Africa?
South Africa.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
Dude, the Morocco-Haiti game was pretty fun. That was pretty wild last night.
Dude, Haiti scoring the first goal. I was like, hello?
This is going to be entertaining.
And then Mexico just dominating the dojo last night.
Yeah. It is weird, though, because when you know you're already – I mean, this is the tough part with group play. We've already won the group. It's over.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really – there's no risk it to get the biscuit tonight. And we have a number of guys – I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to say we have 4 or 5 guys with a yellow card.
4. Yep.
4 guys, and, they're not playing tonight.
Well, why would you risk? Yeah,
exactly.
You don't want to put them in that spot.
So now you're sitting guys down. So there's a fear there. Maybe the talking point in the segment is are you worried about losing some steam and some momentum, playing a game that doesn't count? It's like playing the Citadel the week before rivalry game. We got a little bit of that vibe right now. We know we're gonna win. We know it doesn't matter. So we'll see you in the rivalry week, Thanksgiving weekend. So maybe that's the only fear. But yeah, I mean, I'll have it on. It starts at 7 tonight. They're playing back at SoFi. So I mean, it's the atmospheres have been great. I'm sure it will be again tonight, but it doesn't quite have the same meaning as the last 2. And that's why the one in Seattle was such a big deal. If you knew if you beat Australia and other things shake out a certain way, you're going to win the group, and it's over. Goal differential looks solid. And so that ship has sailed, but now we get to see maybe what some of the reserves look like, and just hope you stay healthy coming out of the game tonight.
We're tied for the 9th best odds to win the World Cup now.
What did we come into the tournament at? 15, somewhere in that range?
Let me see. Give me a second here.
Because I know that there were 9 or 10 heavy hitters that were always at the top, right?
So
Argentina.
Your favorites right now, the favorite is France.
Yes.
They've looked like a wagon.
They have.
Mbappe's probably going to crush the Messi World Cup goal-scoring record.
Are we sleeping on Argentina a little bit with the way Messi's playing? The defending champs?
Well, I don't know if we're sleeping up. Spain is second, and then Argentina's barely behind them.
What are the odds for Argentina right now?
Plus 600, so you get 6-1 action.
I might go bet on that, to be honest with you.
I'm going to ask a dumb question.
Fire away.
Last repeat World Cup champs?
I mean, I know that off the top of my head. Duh.
Brandon? Soccer Brandon over there?
I'm just going to give you guys a moment to think about it before I tell you what the answer is.
Thank you. I appreciate that time to think about that.
You need to make sure that you fully consider who it might have been.
Brandon, can you help Booger Brandon out?
Brazil, 1958, 1962.
So we haven't had it
Brazil,
happen
1958, 1962.
Well, you knew that.
I mean, I already knew it.
Yeah.
It just,
I'm glad he guessed it, though.
You got it spot on.
Definitely a good guess. But, England is right behind Argentina. They just tied Ghana.
Yeah, get out of here, Harry Kane. Nobody's buying England.
Doesn't England make you feel like if they're tying Ghana, we got a shot?
Yeah.
Are you feeling more hopeful, I guess, is what I would ask.
France has not looked human.
No.
Argentina has not looked human.
Messi's playing like Messi.
Yes. England has looked human.
Portugal is after England.
Portugal, I mean, they had Ronaldo stealing goals from guys in their first game. Didn't Spain draw? Weren't they the ones that drew with Cape Verde?
Verde, yeah.
Dude, you looked human in that. We have not looked human yet. We've blown out both of our inferior opponents.
And then Brazil, Germany, Netherlands. We're tied with Norway.
Ooh.
Us and Erling Haaland.
Erling. What are our odds to win the World Cup? What are we talking?
33-1.
I might go put $5 on that, too. It's not going to happen, but, gives you something to root for the next couple of weeks.
Well, if you think they can go far, though, if you think they can get to the semis.
Yeah, what's it to reach the semis?
Plus 425.
I mean, that's still good odds right there.
I'd still take over 4-1.
The pathway that we have, according to people who follow and understand soccer, we have a manageable schedule. There is a red carpet that has been rolled out here of games that we should be able to win.
Did you see, I'm saying so many things where soccer fans out there that are following this
pulling their hair out
religiously are are you kidding me?
You idiot.
So I guess Antonio Freeman's kid is on this team, Alex Freeman.
That Antonio Freeman?
Yes.
Oh.
The greatest Monday Night Football catch of all time.
How is it not?
God, I was so mad, but I thought that was so cool.
How did he hold on? I mean,
Well, I hit the back and he just rolled over and he's like, I don't think this is the ground. I'm going to get up and run.
Just keep moving, dude.
That was a great Monday Night Football game, too, against Minnesota. But anyways, Alex Freeman, as we talk about football and football.
How good was Randy Moss? Pivot.
God, I loved watching him play.
Right.
He was doing an interview, Antonio Freeman, and he said talking to his kid, this is not a gimmick. They legitimately believe in one another. They've rallied together. They have a real belief that they're just going to sneak up on people and try to get as far as they've ever got in the men's division in the World Cup. So, hearing that, it is his dad, but it's still interesting, given how they've started things.
Yeah, they seem to be playing with a cohesiveness and a style that is different than other World Cups.
And, people expect him to beat Australia without Pulisic, but he probably doesn't. I think he says he's going to play a little bit tonight just to get his legs under him. But
give him 10 minutes, maybe let him run around a little bit.
You should be able to beat Turkey with most of your guys not playing.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know anything about Turkey other than that they have not looked great in the World Cup, so I would tend to agree with you. It should be a game that we conceivably should win. It also helps, and we kind of talked about this earlier in the week on Monday, because the game on Friday against Australia, the atmosphere was so good, and they're breaking decibel records in Seattle and all that, and so we'll see what it looks like tonight in SoFi.
You can't bet on Turkey on the ESPN odds.
The odds are so long.
Iraq is there.
You can't even get to them.
Cape Verde is there.
When did Turkey become Turkey, by the way?
That's a very recent development.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Yep. Threw me off.
We got a Czechia and a Turkey.
I was looking at the world map the other day, as one tends to do randomly in the afternoon.
You got a globe in your office?
No, but I do love a
I've
good
always
globe.
wanted a globe.
My grandpa, on my stepdad's side, he died when I was like 4. And reportedly, he was really cool. We used to play all the time as a little kid.
Yeah.
He left me a globe.
He left you a globe and you lost the globe? Mama Sprague
lost
lost the globe?
I feel like it's somewhere.
Somewhere. You still got the globe?
I feel like I have the globe.
You got to get the one that has the ridges. I don't want a flat globe. I want one that kind of sticks out.
No,
Give me some
this
topography.
It's a kind of angled globe.
Ooh, an angled globe.
So the spin.
Yeah. Everybody play the game of wherever your finger lands, that's where you're going to go on vacation.
That's
Spin
where you're going to go on
I'm
vacation.
going to Africa. All right.
Yeah, but if it was ever somewhere you didn't want, you'd be like, that doesn't count.
Iran? No, respin. I'm not going there right now. I'm good.
But I was looking at it, I was like, hell is Turkey?
Turkey?
And then I heard the World Cup thing, Turkey. I'm like, oh, okay.
How do I say this? But I think the point being that when you have a home country behind you, that's powerful, man. That's going to mean a lot. And so I obviously
you saw it with Mexico last night. That was an awesome scene.
The scene has been great.
See the goalkeeper kiss the post because he's retiring, so everybody started crying.
I don't know if it's going to be the end of his run and if he's going to be able to go again. It's just that, this one is different. Obviously, when you're a host country, you get a more favorable draw in your group. And so the odds of us getting out of our group are relatively high to begin the World Cup. But then you combine the way that they're playing, the confidence they now have with the home country being behind you and every place you go in being overwhelmingly USA, and that's going to be the case the rest of the tournament. You got a shot, man. You got a shot to go on a run. I'm not going to be glued to the game tonight because it doesn't matter that much, but I've been watching a little bit of World Cup every single day. Mm-hmm. And so we'll see how they look tonight, and it doesn't matter, but I'll still be watching it.
How do you think Pride Night's going to go at Lumen Field between Egypt and Iran?
Will it go better than it did at AT&T Park last week? Actually, no. What do they know? It's Oracle Park now, I think.
I'm just here to talk about baseball stuff.
I'm just here to look to the future.
You want to talk about that?
No, I don't want to talk about that.
You don't?
I mean, we can talk about it if you want. My team's an embarrassment.
It's your team.
Do you see Rafi Devers, too, refused to come out for a pinch runner the other day?
I did.
Yeah.
He went yard yesterday.
He did. They ended up winning a game, and he had a big home run.
Center, man.
In the ninth inning. That was nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
It was an odd...
It's been a brutal year. And it's only gotten worse.
You were talking with one of our listeners about the Giants season, and he was sharing in your misery. And he's like, I'm going to go up to Seattle, see him anyway.
Yeah, still going up.
And I started laughing listening to that conversation. Two depressed Giants fans who were cocky sniffing a decade ago.
It's 3 of these, baby!
But, man, what a weird season. My team is, cratering right now.
Yeah, it usually happens. You have ups and downs in a long year.
They're injured. Their pitching staff sucks. They cannot beat the Padres at Petco Park to save their lives. Your team has had the worst season.
Yes.
And I say that
one of the worst in their franchise.
Exist.
One of the worst in the franchise's history.
As bad as the Mets have been.
Yeah.
Who are 5 or 6 games behind the Nationals for dead last in our division.
Oh, yeah. I think 6.5 games behind them.
The Giants season, you hired a manager nobody knew.
Yeah.
Your roster was like, oh, let's see. And then it was dog crap.
On paper, it's not that bad of a roster.
And then you had Big God Guy come out and say, I don't know about this gay hat.
Yeah, now we're in the middle of the crosshairs of a political discourse.
And now you're stuck in a gay
hat
hat
Now I got
debate.
Josh Hawley and J.D. Vance sending statements about my baseball team. I didn't want to be in it. Why am I in the middle of this?
Congress is drawing up legislation now to fight your gay hat
What
night.
are we doing, man? Just put the hat on. Do you know what city you're playing in?
Well,
this isn't Kansas City, brother.
I know he's your guy, but bad look for Posey.
It's a really bad look for Posey. Really bad look.
You can't just... I mean, baseball itself was like, no, not allowed. We're not doing that.
Really bad look.
And then the Giants are like, we're here to only talk about baseball
If you're not going to answer questions on that topic, you don't do a press. It wasn't a mandatory press conference. He just went down and sat with a gaggle of reporters in the dugout. Like, what did you think that they were going to ask about?
He just did an interview this morning, I think, on one of the San Francisco stations.
I don't know if he ended up doing it. He was supposed to, and I think they ended up having Larry Baer on instead, who is one of their, controlling governors.
What did you think they were going to talk about?
What do you think they're going to ask you about?
Does Buster Posey follow the news in any way?
I don't know. I imagine he's pretty depressed right now because what he thought he touched has not turned to gold. It's turned to poop, and everything he's done has turned out to be the worst idea possible.
Very odd.
Every single move he's made has not worked. There's not a single one that you're like, dude, great move. Though there were some strikeouts there, but that home run, that was a good home run. There's not a lot of that right now.
All right, 7:41. We'll move on. We'll get to Wright Gazaway coming up, K2's very own, the new host of the Rip City Wrap-Up. He was at the Tom Dundon Chambers of, I keep saying this wrong, the Commerce Chambers Metros of Chambers Commerce.
What was the Harry Potter one, the Chambers of Secret? Call it the Chambers of Secret. Wasn't that what it was? Was that number 2? Number 1?
Chamber of Secrets.
Chamber of Secrets, thank you.
I don't know the order of that series.
You're married to a pothead.
I know.
You should know this stuff.
And she's married to a pothead, but I can't tell you the correct order.
What they came out.
Of the. I'm always like, is it the Phoenix one that I like?
Which one is the one with the guy and the thing?
Which one's the Christmas one where the vampire dies in the games?
What? Wrong movie.
I crossed the movies over.
Wrong. Sure, this ain't Twilight, brother. Get that out of here.
Where's the one with the Twilight guy dying?
Okay. We got a new Harry Potter HBO series coming out. You ready for that?
John Lithgow's in it, isn't he?
I believe so. I think he's Dumbledore.
I think he's Dumbledore, yeah. Talk about Harry Potter.
Let's do it.
But yeah, we'll get to the Blazer stuff coming up from their big movers and shakers meeting yesterday. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back in. A delightful little Thursday morning for you. We're having fun over here. Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. Loaded third hour of the radio program. We'll talk with Wright Gazaway. Now, I got to make sure I'm saying this right because he told me it's Gaz like jazz, but then there's...
Gazaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to make sure we get it correct.
Because I was saying it the other way. He was saying, he's like, it's not this way, it's that way.
You got to do it the other way.
And he's doing a great job over there at K2. He's going to join us at 8:03.
He might start barking at us at any moment during the interview. Georgia fans have been known to do that.
Bulldogs are bulldogs,
They'll
man.
just start barking at you, and it's a really uncomfortable thing. You just got to let them finish.
We will get to the Magic Hat in the final hour of the rated program today. Dirt's very excited about it.
I am.
We talked...
I got a lot of audio. I got more audio for the Magic Hat.
We talked Oregon Duck football at 7.
We're so winning the Natty this year.
We're so bad.
We're so Scotucks.
Scubbies. We're winning the Pac-12.
This is the year.
Somebody made a good point. I saw this on social media on the World Cup. They said, watching the World Cup has me asking questions. Do Europeans get issued 8 weeks of vacation, unlimited airline miles, and a trust fund at birth?
Seriously.
They're like Scotland
everywhere.
has gone to every venue.
Who
it's
has
the same
this
people.
money laying around? What do you do for work?
Raise sheep, and
that
pays them a living
business?
wage.
In Scotland, is that a fruitful business over there?
You know, we're also we don't need to get political. I also saw we're the only country in this without universal health care. Is that a fact? That's not a fact.
That can't be a fact.
Cape Verde has universal health care?
Does Iran have universal health care?
What if they did?
I'm not buying that.
I don't either, but I saw it floating around, and I was like, what? No. Really?
I'm going to see if Iran has universal health care.
Now, of the knockout teams,
yeah.
That might be a fact.
Yes, Iran has universal health care coverage. Over 90% of the population enrolled in a public health insurance program.
That's crazy.
Does Egypt?
Egypt. Well, watch Egypt's definitely going to have it.
They are currently transitioning to a universal health care system.
How about that?
Hey, look at that.
101, baby.
Hey, 101.
101.
We're number one.
But yeah, my only response to that would be, yeah, they're probably actually getting paid livable wages where they live.
I tend to guess, yeah.
And not as expensive to live where they live. So, yeah, they can afford to fly over to America and go to Miami and Boston and all these other places.
So one of the thoughts I have whenever I see these sporting events, who's got this time off of work? Like, I want to know what you do for work that you're just gone for like 3 weeks at a time. Although our producer is in Italy right now for 3 weeks, so, maybe we could do the same thing.
To be fair, he's never been to Europe.
He's never been to Europe
before.
It's like
a lifetime's worth of savings to go on a sailboat with 97 sails.
It's expensive, man. Work. It's not easy to get that amount of time off of work, but those European fans are all over the place.
We'll dive into the Blazers and the funding stuff. What did you make of J.B. Bickerstaff's statement about the Micah Nori thing? Because I didn't need any more evidence yesterday, personally, that Micah Nori is definitely the guy to lead us to the promised land of Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals.
Yes, he's going to get the job done.
Then knowing that his welcome prize when he walked into the facility was Diet Coke and high chews.
That's what he asked for, or that's what we gave him?
I think he's known to like those things.
Diet Cokes and high chews?
So when he walks in with his wife.
I mean, that's a good combo.
Joe Cronin's behind him. Welcome to the facility. He's got a big smile on his face. He's
Micah
been in the
Nori.
news for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
He's super happy. What's on the table in the photograph? Pack of DCs, pack of high chews, and I just think this is my guy.
2 for 2.
That is exactly the Brandon Sprague special right there.
The snack drink of choice, Diet Coke's delightful. And if you ever walk by, our boss has high chews on his desk. If I ever pop into his office, I'm grabbing a high chew 10 out of 10 times.
A green apple high chew with an ice-cold Diet Coke in a can is perfection. So I'm all about that.
This is the sign.
But
this is what we've been needing. Coach who likes high chews and Diet Cokes.
I mean, that's all I need.
I'm not surprised J.B. Bickerstaff came out with a statement. They
got a slap in the face to our value.
Come on, man. They need to defend their own. I get why they're doing it.
Oh, is he wrong, though? Can I ask you that? You may not agree with him. Is he wrong? I talked with a longtime coach yesterday.
Yes.
And this got brought up because I think in all levels of basketball, this is a big news thing for coaches, right?
It is.
And I jokingly asked if they would be happy with it. And their response surprised me. It was, I would bet on myself 10 out of 10 times.
Yes.
I would take the deal. Now, It doesn't mean that this isn't a slap in the face to the vast majority of the community.
Right.
I am not one that buys into the who's going to play for him for that and, the players won't believe it. Dude, you would be shocked how little players care about almost anything in life.
Yeah, that's
let
the
alone,
part of
what
it.
does my coach make per year?
Right.
Players don't roll like that.
We had an interim guy making $900,000 last year that they all bought into. So don't tell me that a coach without a 2-year guarantee is not going to get a roster that buys into him.
Who also, by the way, coincidentally, ended up sitting in a lame duck spot of, is he going to be brought back? Is he going to be let go? Is he going to go find a new job? What's going to happen there? Players didn't seem to really care about that. They played, right?
They played hard.
So I saw this from JB Bickerstaff. I understand why the coaching community would do it.
Mm-hmm.
I also understand the argument that I bet you owners around the league are going, can we get away with this?
I think Tom Dundon has rapidly risen up the rankings of the most popular owners for Adam Silver and the other owners. Because if they can get away with doing this, they will get away with doing this.
But I also don't believe that all the teams will do this. I don't buy that Joe Lacob, who has put so much money into the Warriors, I don't buy that he's going to suddenly go, I'm hiring a coach for $1 million. I think you'll have some teams and owners do it.
Have we had, by the way, the details on Norrie and how much he's making yet?
Tim McMahon, in his story on ESPN with the JB Bickerstaff story, says it is, give me a second here.
A ballpark number or an actual
We don't
number?
have an actual number,
okay,
but it was
sure.
said, sources said.
I know it's on the lower end of the league.
It's below market value.
Yeah.
So I think the average
coach salary is somewhere in the $4 million range.
See, Dwight Jane said 7. So let's just call it 5.5 to 6.
Yeah.
Below that.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had a specific number amount. I mean, I see your point. I don't know if every owner will do it. I don't think
they will.
No,
but I do think owners will say, yeah, I can get away with it.
If I could get away with it, I'll do it. I certainly understand why they're fighting for their guy. I understand why they're making the argument. I understand why the union and the reps want to come out and say we shouldn't allow this to happen. I also a part of me just kind of rolls my eyes at it. And I think a lot of the public does too.
Yeah.
All this is that if you don't do a good job and they fire you, we don't want to have to pay the remaining numbers on your contract. Now, the argument is, well, who cares what the owner pays money for? It's not like it goes into the salary cap pool. You now have more money to go get players. And I agree with that point. Mm-hmm. It's not that big of a deal to me either way. And the idea that if you're really bad at your job and you get fired with 2 years left on your contract, you get to take every penny of that home. I have a hard time getting worked up over that. If Micah Norrie is a good coach and the next 3 years go well and you win games at a decent clip and you're progressing and it's like, dude, this guy knows what he's doing. This is our guy of the future. And we have an owner who then says, let him walk. Let me go hire the coach from Chemeketa Community College because he's now too expensive. That's an issue for me. That's a problem. But in the short term with this, I have a really hard time getting worked up over a guy, if he is fired or let go after 1 year, not getting paid for 2 years of non-work.
If they end up hiring the guy from Chemeketa,
oh, sorry, my apologies.
No, it's okay. We have that difference between us. You could end up being right. Mike and Norrie's press conference, by the way, 11 a.m. today.
Excited to hear it, man. He's going to get asked about this a lot.
This is, it's one of the biggest topics coming into the press conference. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll get all the audio from it. You'll hear it live here on The Fan, I'm sure, during the firm. And then I'm sure Primetime will have some cuts as well, as we'll hear from Mike and Norrie for the first time. 11 a.m. press conference. Loaded third hour of the program. Magic Hat in the fourth hour. We kick off hour number 3. Let's dive into those Blazers. Gazaway. Gosh, I keep wanting to say the other way. We'll get it right. I promise. I'm an idiot.
Right with right.
Right with what's right with right.
Yes.
Let's get to that. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today, online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Hornets are trading star guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a future unprotected first-round pick, 3 future first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round picks. Ball will now join Anthony Edwards after averaging 20 points and 7 assists for Charlotte last season. The Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart last season averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout rounds for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting out Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go for us. I'm Dirt and Sprague. Brandon's over there. I should say Booger Brandon and Brandon alongside me today. Don't be a chotch. Don't eat your boogers. We do have a lot to get to in this hour of radio. I have tiny legs and I'm fat. Tommy D talked to the media yesterday and business leaders, and that is where we'll start. By the way, we have the Magic Hat coming up 1 hour from now. Very excited about my Magic Hat submission. So is Sprague, so stick around for that coming up at 9. Nothing puts our minds into a blender as radio hosts more than trying to remember how to pronounce the name of somebody coming on the show. Now, we famously had Tyson Algeron for years and called him the wrong name for like 5 years.
He never corrected us.
And finally, one time coming into an interview, he was like, by the way, like, where was that the last 5 years? Help us out.
Also could have texted.
He also, there's other ways that we can do this.
It was on air, and he's like, you've been saying my name wrong.
By the way, like, hey, how about we do this discreetly? And that's what happened with our guest, an investigative reporter and anchor at K2 News, Wright Gazaway. How did I do? Did I nail it?
Hey, you got it right.
Yes.
You guys had it right at the end of the last segment.
Okay.
Yeah, right with right.
Right with right. Here we are.
By the way, sports guy.
Sports guy, that's right,
Gazaway.
Guy. He's going to bark at some point in this interview, and I'm a little concerned about that.
I'm not barking.
Okay.
I will not bark.
Are you not now, is that just for this interview, or do we have an anti-barking policy?
No, that's the only thing I have in common with Matt Stafford is that I think the barking, to each their own, not my thing.
Really?
Now, the reason we bring this up is he's a Georgia grad, and I'll never forget going when Oregon and Georgia played in Atlanta. We went to a Braves game the night before, and I was wearing an Oregon shirt, walking up from my section to go into the concourse to go get a beer, and people just barking at me and being like, I don't know what's happening right now. I'm really intimidated, and it was foreshadowing of how the game was good to go the next day. No, we wanted to bring Wright on because he was at, we keep forgetting when to call it, so I'm just going to go Chambers of Secrets. Tom Dundon was talking to business leaders yesterday at the Moda Center, so I just kind of paint the picture for our audience. You had some videos up on your social media, by the way, at Wright K2. You can go check them out there, of just what the vibe was like, what your biggest takeaways were as Tom Dundon's trying to sell this arena deal to the city council and the county.
Yeah, so this was billed as like a conversation with Tom Dundon. They held their meeting at Moda, which was out of the ordinary. They normally do it at a hotel. And he was supposed to come on at 2:40, and it kept getting pushed back and back and back. And then I saw him kind of off in the wings of one of the tunnels, which I thought was strange because there were like 1,000 business leaders, government leaders. The governor was there, all sitting in the stands, and he was, all the participants were in the front row, and he was just kind of waiting in the wings. And he came out at 3 o'clock, and and we can get to his comments in a moment. I would just say my immediate takeaway was it was a very short discussion, and he was very short. He is a man of very few words, and I just expected a little more enthusiasm, and I just felt like he wasn't giving it.
Do you take away from that? It's very interesting because we haven't had somebody like this. Like, I think the way his presence is, the way he is kind of addressing some of this stuff, I think it's making a lot of people in the political world, outside of the political world, reporters, it's making a lot of people kind of uneasy, making them feel a certain thing. He's gone through stuff like this before, though, when he was going through the Hurricane Stadium stuff. It's just a different way, I think, of operating than we're really accustomed to out here in Portland. And so I'm kind of with you. It sounds very unusual to paint a picture where you got the big mover and shakers, and he's not really doing a whole lot of selling on, this is why we should get the funding, this is why you should fund it. I saw his quotes, I saw your video. He just seems very, I don't know. You were there. It strikes me as a guy who doesn't feel like he needs to sell you anything. He's just saying, I own the Blazers. Make the building better.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people there that were puzzled by just the whole discussion. And like you said, that was a pretty easy crowd. I mean, these are business leaders, the government leaders. These weren't the protesters who were outside. Right. And I thought his answer about, the only question I felt like that was really substantive was why are you not investing private dollars into this renovation project as it's currently proposed? And that's the question I wanted to ask him, which is why I was there. I wanted to interview him, and then it became clear when I saw the setup that there would be no chance to even cross paths with him.
Right.
Very quickly. And he clearly feels like he is, by way of the taxes on the players' salaries, which is how the state bonds will be paid back, and by way of these ticket taxes and fees that the team gives the city. He really feels like that's his investment, because he made a comment. He said, we lower our ticket prices to account for these taxes and fees that we then give to the city, and but for those taxes and fees, we would make more money. So I just think as someone who's covered this deal, city councilors are on the record. They want rent. They want payments in lieu of taxes. That doesn't sound like somebody who's even entertaining that.
Yeah, I think that's the next follow-up. So we're talking about Wright Gazaway, investigative reporter anchor at K2, at Wright K2 on Twitter. You go give him a follow. Some of the clips from this Dundon meeting with business leaders in the Portland area at the Moda Center are on his social media profile. And I think that's the next natural follow-up, because we've heard from city council people. We've had some on our station who have talked about wanting to get certain concessions out of it. And it seems like your takeaway is that this is not going to be an organization, and an owner in particular, who's really willing to play much ball here. It seems like there's a stance on their side of, this is the deal that we support, and that's kind of it. Do you think there's any middle ground as time goes on, if it does seem like, hey, that we're in question of whether or not this funding is going to pass? Do you think there's at some point they're coming to the table? Maybe it's from Dwayne Hankins, the team president, or somebody else, or do you think this is going to be their stance the entire time? I know it's impossible to know, but I also had that takeaway yesterday of this is a deal, it's a fair deal, and this is the only deal you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys mentioned Raleigh. I mean, he's on the record saying that was a really hard deal. I was watching that yesterday feeling like this guy's sitting here hardballing in the middle of a negotiation. And I think maybe that was his tactic. Hey, I don't want to, I was expecting, happy to be here, honored to be in Portland, to be an owner of this team. We love the Trailblazers. It's great fans. There was none of that. It was straight to business. And it's hard to figure out where 12 counselors come down. We've talked to all of them. We had them on our post-NBA Finals shows. It seems like the majority of them at the moment are not going to approve a deal that doesn't include some sort of revenue back to the city. And one point I would just make that most people aren't realizing is the city of Portland does own the Moda Center, and technically they own it. But the Rip City Management is the operator of the arena. So every event they have there, the money flows through Rip City Management. The city is not the operator, which is a big, the mayor's point is, we own the building, we should do it. And the city does own it, but there's a lot of money in operating it, which the team and the Rip City Management they're still the operator.
When you talked to people at the event, did you get a vibe of how they felt about it?
I think they were hoping to get more. And I think if you went there hoping that you would have some reassurances that he's committed to Portland, I don't think you leave that event feeling better. And I reported this on TV yesterday. Andrew Hone, the chamber president, in one of his questions, he said, you've been on the record that if you get this money, if you get a deal, you'll keep the team here. I reported that he nodded along, and I went back and watched that. He did not nod along. He didn't correct Andrew, but he didn't chime in and say, yep, that's true. That's the question I wanted to ask him. If you get the money, will you keep the team here?
Right.
Now, we've heard owners say they won't move, but it was basically, if we're going to stay here and pay these tax rates to the state, we're going to pay these tax fees to the city, that's our contribution. That's what it sounded like to me.
Now, how prolific were the protests outside? Because I know you guys reported on that yesterday. I saw some stuff on K2 about, and there were city council members who were there talking to the protesters. No bailouts for billionaires, yelling at people as they went in. As somebody who wasn't, how prolific was it? Just kind of 10 people out front of the arena. Are we talking like what size of group of protesters are we talking? How loud was it?
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was loud, and if you are familiar with we park in the garden garage, so there's that little grass median, for lack of a better word, kind of right across the street from the garden garage. It's not very big, but it was full, and the protesters were along that sidewalk, some of them screaming at people as they drove in. They were taking pictures of people that drove in, and I thought about rolling down the window and saying I was there to cover it, but I'm not sure it would have mattered. But I mean, they were definitely, approaching people's cars that were going in, and I'm not sure if Tom Dundon saw them, but there was a crowd, I'd say between 50 and 100 people.
Okay.
What would have worked really well is if you walked past them and they heckled you, if you barked back. Actually,
they would have no idea.
I think they would have been so thrown off by
bark at us.
This guy barking at us.
It could be another day in Portland.
Yeah, exactly. Nice little suit. He's barking at us.
Happens a lot down there when you're walking around.
It's interesting because I hear everything you're saying. We were talking with somebody that we know that works within government and has good relationships with people. They also kind of have a similar takeaway of like, yeah, man, this actually is kind of starting to feel a little odd. And I get it. Like, he has said he has no intention. He didn't buy the team thinking about moving the team. He went through how people said that about him in Raleigh, about he was going to move the team to Texas, and he never even thought about that. So maybe his thinking is, I've already addressed this. I don't need to add to it. And so you just kind of sit there and take in whatever statement somebody is saying. The opposite side of that, because for everybody protesting and upset by the money and how you distribute from this fund or that fund, the obvious thing is the city owns the building. It's $1. I hear what you're saying about the Rip City management and all that, but like the city owns the building. The building has never been really renovated. They need to renovate it anyway. So that's the Dundon. That's the Dundon argument. That's like easy for him of like, you have to do this anyway. The fire play here. We have concerts. Artists won't even come to the venue as much anymore because of how old it is. What's the solution if they don't want to give it to Tom Dundon because he's a billionaire?
Well, yeah, that's the thing that I think supporters are pointing out is that, look, this arena needs to be renovated. The city's the owner. If the Blazers leave town, absent finding a new operator who will pay for renovations, the city's on the hook. And they don't feel like it'll ever be cheaper than $120 million. Because in the city's mind, they're thinking, we're getting a $600 million renovation for a quarter of the price.
Yeah.
So those people feel like it's a great deal. I guess it just comes down to whether the mayor can get 6 votes, because if it's a 6-6 tie, he would break the tie. And so that's really the number. If you're counting votes, they need 6.
Yeah, and I think I've talked to some people who think it's 7-5 right now against. And can you sway one? Can you sway two? Now the other part of this, and I'm hoping you can answer this because I should probably follow local politics closer. We all probably should. It impacts our lives more than national politics. But in the last handful of years, we've kind of overhauled the city council and given them kind of unprecedented leverage of just what is transpired behind the scenes for people who don't follow that closely, and maybe how we've set our own grave in that area because the mayor, who was fully on board with this and is writing like chastising letters, doesn't have the power that maybe he had 4 or 5 years ago.
He has no power unless it's a tie vote. Exactly. And I think I've had counselors who came on who told me this vote will not break down how there's a pretty common 6-6 vote along this council with how they break. And what I've been told is this vote will not break along those lines. So I don't know if, which way it would go, but I've heard it's different. What's interesting is we had those post-NBA Finals shows, and we invited the Blazers on every time. And Dwayne Hankins politely finally said, look, I appreciate the invites. We're not coming. We have nothing to add, and we look forward to the city and the county upholding their agreement. What I find interesting is the city has made no agreement, and if the mayor has made an agreement with the team, to your point, He doesn't have the power to do that.
Right.
So it seems like it's the team's impression that the mayor's plan is an agreement, but now the mayor has to go find those votes. And that's, I think, the tricky thing that people don't – this is why the past mayor said, who would want to be a mayor in this new form of government, because you're really just a cheerleader. I mean, he's got no power. He can't make this investment on his own. He has to find at least 6 people who will vote with him.
Yeah.
Are you the new host of the Rip City Wrap-Up, and I just missed the announcement?
Yeah.
No, I anchor all the newscasts, and just because this Moda Center stuff is such a, I mean, it's such a blend of sports and news. I obviously love sports as well, and they just asked me if I would come on and host the more, newsy interviews with city councilors. We had Andrew Hone on, we had Rob Wagner on. So they wanted me to kind of host that segment. Guillermo did the stuff with Casey and more breaking down the basketball side of things.
Yeah.
I try to stay in my lane on air, even though I'm in Guillermo's office every day, offering my analysis. And I just want to point out really quickly, I know we're maybe running long. I connected with you guys because K2 covered when you guys flipped to FM, and I tuned in like the loyal listener I am, and you guys were complaining that we didn't have enough enthusiasm when we read the story. So I'm sorry about that.
I love that memory. That's a great callback right there. Wright Gazaway, he's a friend of the program. He's a Georgia Bulldog who will not bark at you. Okay, you don't have to worry about barking when you're around him.
I love the stay in my lane quote. He was DMing us too, like football takes. Like,
guys,
I don't know
Georgia,
about this.
yeah.
You just bash Georgia right here.
You bring up Kirby Smart,
right?
Yeah. What's up with all your players and driving in Athens, man? Why can't they stop getting arrested?
I know. It's past the point of defense. And when I was playing there, we all had scooters and bikes. And if you go back now, the players' lot looks like an NFL Lamborghinis and souped up cars. They've got to get a handle on it. It's terrible to see because they've already had one player die.
Yes.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. Real quick, and I know it's very early. We're not going to hold you to anything here. We talk about stupid crap on this show all the time, so nobody's going to hold anything against you. Do you lean that eventually they will pass it? Because we had, I think it was Candace Avalos was on the station.
Yeah.
And she is somebody that's like, I don't know where I'm voting yet. But she basically did say, I think the quote was something to the effect of like,
she thinks a deal will get done. It's just about working out the details in the deal.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, are you sharing that sentiment right now, or are you leaning one side or the other based on what you're seeing and hearing and feeling? Like, where would you be at on that?
I'm going to give you a terrible answer because it's so hard to tell. And I would just say there's no one for or against a deal. I think they would all argue they're for a deal. Their definition of a deal is different. Yeah. It seems like right now, if the ownership group is not willing to share any of the revenue, either the operating revenue or rent, it's hard for me to see them having the votes. But, of course, anything could be happening behind the scenes. I think it just comes down to what Tom Dundon ultimately agrees to pay as part of the deal, if he agrees to pay anything at all, or if the councilors start feeling pressure from their constituents to get this done no matter what.
Yeah, it's one of those reminders. If you want a deal passed, start calling whoever your city council member is, whatever district you live in, give them a call. Tell them you want them to support the bill. At Wright K2 on Twitter, investigative reporter and anchor at K2, friend of the program, Georgia Bulldog, was at the Tom Dundon Chamber of Commerce meeting yesterday. Right, thanks for the time this morning, man. We always appreciate it. Great insight, and let's do it again soon.
Yeah, I'd love to talk football as it gets closer.
Let's go, baby. There you go. Wright Gazaway, great stuff from him from K2, and that was a great balance of understanding exactly what it looked like. I talked to somebody who was there yesterday, and it's always good to kind of corroborate some of the stuff you hear, and it was a very similar takeaway of there's not a lot of enthusiasm about being here. There's not a lot of like, hey, Portland, like the band that comes out, the lead singer, Portland, we love you. There's not a lot of that from him.
He just gets right into the song.
We're throwing pitches down the plate, and if you're not ready to swing, you're not ready to swing. But we ain't farting around getting any of this nonsense out of the way.
Did we expect him to come out as Mr. Enthusiastic?
I wouldn't say I expected him to, but I do think the Orem wrote a piece yesterday that I agreed with of
you need to be leading this?
There needs to be a balance here of like, not just, hey, we got a deal, get it done. Like, we agreed to this. Clearly, you haven't agreed to anything with the city council. Maybe the mayor you did, but to Wright's point and the political landscape we have right now, the mayor's powerless.
Yeah, he is, but he is already on the record, I think, at 2 different points said when he got the team, He was told this was the deal. There was a deal in place, basically.
Yeah.
And now he's getting pushback.
Right.
It may not be a big number of people, but you got protesters now booing people just going to the event, which is...
They were out there yesterday.
Well, it's an odd thing to just protest
It's going to
become
become a campaign topic for people who are up for election in November of I'm not giving a billionaire tax dollars. And they're going to, people are going to turn this into a massive debate come election season cycle. Let's a couple more thoughts on this on the other side. I had some other takeaways from somebody who I know was there that I thought was interesting. One, maybe like break glass in case of emergency situation that we could find ourselves in. And then also bits of audio. So he mentioned, that is the Tom Dundon quote on why he's not putting money in. So we'll play that for you because he sent that out yesterday. Also a quote from Steve Ballmer about the idea of moving teams in the NBA that just happened to be on a podcast here in the last handful of weeks. So a little bit more on this, the Tom Dundon meeting and the idea of funding the Moda Center next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Stone Creek Golf Club, Oregon's best public course under $100, online at stonecreekgolfclub.net. First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Hornets are trading star guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a future unprotected first-round pick, 3 future first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round picks. Ball will now join Anthony Edwards after averaging 20 points and 7 assists for Charlotte last season. The Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart last season averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout rounds for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting out Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports Network.
All right, welcome back in. Magic Hack coming up top of the hour. It's going to be a fun last hour and a half of the show. Albert King helping us along here. Old Tommy D was in Portland yesterday. Now, is he going to be at the press conference today? I saw this that Joe Cronin will speak. I didn't know if he was.
I'd be a little surprised if the owner's not at.
I would tend to agree with you.
But then again, I didn't see the last owner at the last coach hire we had. I just saw Neil O'Shea and Chauncey Billups.
Look, there's a lot of things we can criticize Tom Dundon for. Press conference is not one of them because the last one never did one. he's already 100% higher on the list of press conferences than the last owner had in about a decade.
It'd be odd to be here for that meeting and then leave before your coach hire gets announced.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here is yesterday. So I'll read a couple thoughts from somebody I know who was there, and they were very similar to what Wright Gazaway had to say, a reporter from K2 who we just had on. Tom Dundon was asked, this is the big sticking point for a lot of people, no bailouts for billionaires, no money for billionaires, because Tom Dundon's not putting his own money in to fund the arena. They're asking for $600 million in publicly financed money to renovate the Moda Center. The state's part of that has already passed. It did with the Breeze. It was, boom, there it goes. That was easy. All right, there's $300+ million of it. Now we're waiting on the city council in Multnomah County for the rest of it. Hey, Tom, why are you not putting your own money into the Moda Center?
Look, I think given the age of the arena, the normal thing to do would be to build a new arena. And so we looked at it. It felt like what other markets are doing and where they're getting tax money to do that was going to be something that would be difficult to achieve here. And so we thought the easier way to sort of solve the problem was take these dollars that are generated here. You know, when you charge an incremental fee on a ticket, we're really just paying it. So we are investing in it because if you didn't charge that money on the ticket, we would charge more for the ticket. Like supply and demand works pretty well. And, you know, obviously there's lots of places that don't have taxes at the same rate. So if you charge people taxes and invest it back into the thing that helps generate the money, relative to the market, other places, it's a huge investment. So I think everybody can characterize things however they want. I don't see it the same way, but I'm not trying to get people to agree or disagree with me. I just know it feels like we're making a pretty big investment by staying here and paying these tax rates and agreeing to these fees for dollars that go back into the building. It's not that we're taking the money.
So that to me was, his tone is always going to be perceived a certain way. Like, that's just kind of the way he talks. And so there's not, to our point in the last segment, you're not getting a lot of like, hey, Portland, I love you.
He's just even killed on everything he does.
And I thought that was a pretty down the middle pitch where he's saying, look, a lot of the, like, there's this idea right now, and this is where I want to try and balance both sides of this. I understand the argument from some city council members of we need some guarantees out of this, right? Like the Rip City Management Group collecting all the revenue from every event that happens at the Moda Center while the city's paying for every penny of the renovations of the arena. Mm-hmm. I get why that's a sticking point. I get why they're saying, how do we share? And if we're paying for the renovations of the arena, you don't own the arena, we own the arena. How is there not some give and take here on rent and, percentages of return of, like, whatever, right? Like, I understand that argument. On the other side of it, I also, like, there's this false dichotomy that's out there. This happened at the protest yesterday as I'm reading up on what was being said and what the council members were yelling. This idea of, like, we're not funding our schools, so therefore we're cutting school budgets, therefore we can't pay for the arena. Mm-hmm. These are two different things. The silos of tax money that they're coming out of are not the same category.
Right.
And to his point in that clip, and this is the argument that a lot of people are making that are pro the funding of it, like, the things that are getting taxed in order to pay for the renovations of the Moda Center are only getting taxed because the Blazers are here. It's taxes on the player's salary. It's taxes on the ticket sales, car rentals, hotels around the things that are driving people to the Moda Center.
And all disappears
right?
if you don't have a basketball
All
team.
of that tax revenue disappears. Yeah. And so it's not like this idea of like, well, now we can't fund schools because we're giving Tom Dunn $100 million. That's not the case. They're different silos, different tax categories that they're coming out of. And so there's definitely a balance here, but I felt like that was a pretty down the middle, like, we're paying high taxes. We're not asking for a new arena. The city owns the arena. Like, this is pretty reasonable to me.
I agree. I don't really have much else to add. I thought he actually came across level-headed with the answer in explaining everything. I know you want to share some thoughts from people that were at the event, and we talked with Wright about it. But the only thing I'd add to this is I just don't. I guess where you kind of lose me, he is right in the sense of like almost any other city, a guy would come in and they'd be like, "We need a new arena."
Yeah.
Right? Like,
give me a $2 billion arena.
Give me $2-3 billion to build an arena.
Yeah.
That happens all over the country. It's not right, but that's what happens. Instead, they said, well, we got all these taxes. What if we just fund the renovation? And he comes in thinking, okay, everybody here, the governor, the mayor.
Everybody was there yesterday.
Everybody was, but when he got the team, and he has alluded to this, that he was told there's a deal, and we're going to renovate. And $120 million, where it comes from, is it the climate fund, all that stuff. I get it, but also, like, you own the arena. You have to renovate it.
Yes.
So, you can try to negotiate things. Like, everything you just highlighted, very valid point. I could actually also see him just saying, you don't get anything if we're not here. So
yeah, I think
he's gonna play.
He's gonna play hardball here. He
already is. Yeah. I mean, he's already playing hardball. That was an event specifically made for him to easily just let people eat it out of the palm of his hand. And he was like, "We're kind of already paying for it through the taxes." And that was it. It was a very short Q&A. Did not go very long. So yeah. I know you want to share what people were reporting live, but. Yeah, the city owns the building. Renovate the building.
Yes, it makes sense to us. I certainly again acknowledge there are things, and the city council, by the way, it should be pointed out, they started their public debates on this yesterday. So they did. I mean, for hours the city council debated this, and you can go read through. K2 actually had a great write up on it too, not just because we had Wright on, but that's who's I read last night. Of all the different points that are being made, right? And they're not anything new or unique. It's, how do we protect our workers? How do we make sure the wages that they're getting paid are sound? How are we getting a rent payment from the Blazers? If we own the arena and they're playing here, what percentage of rent are you going to pay us? Like, there's a lot of things that can be debated that are totally fair. And it's one of my bigger questions lingering this entire time is, if those things come up, and I know that somebody, and maybe it was the mayor, said we got a deal, and if he did, that's kind of out of pocket for him because he doesn't have the power and the leverage in order to do that. Are the Blazers willing to concede on any of these issues? Is there anything that they're willing to say, oh, okay, you want a unionized workforce in your arena? Fine, we'll let you do that. Or, hey, you want a 2% increase in the rent payment, or you want a split profit for this event or that, like whatever the case may be. Is there any middle ground that they're willing to find that can help this deal along the way? Some of the thoughts that came in, I'm going to play a Steve Ballmer clip here in a moment. I know somebody who's a lobbyist who's very close to city government and local politicians and angling and arguing on behalf of his client quite often. He was at the event yesterday. Then he texted me, the event was a strange juxtaposition. On the one hand, it was great. You had the governor, the mayor, county chair, other prominent politicians, business leaders. Essentially, all the movers and shakers were there. Great. However, a bunch of protesters outside the building yelling at us as we went in, and 3 city councilors attended and spoke at the protest saying no bailouts for billionaires. It's complicated by the fact that all 3 of the councilors who were at the protest are up for re-election in November. It's clear they're going to make not giving the city money a campaign issue. Also, you've got 12 city councilors. Right now, the vote is 7-5 against. I still just don't see how you flip 2. And he went on and talked about some of the other details. A lot of what Wright pointed out.
Well, there's a lot of time is what I would say to the
there's a lot of time
thing. Like I
although they would argue, so they want this done by December, and there's people on the city council who made the argument yesterday. It's ludicrous to ask us to make a decision on this by December.
Which is hilarious.
It's
too busy renaming Cesar Chavez.
Cleveland High School. Cleveland High School.
Oh,
Thank
Cleveland
you.
High School, that's right.
Let's get to the issues that matter here.
Got to keep those bricks.
Cleveland High School's name, Grover, you're out. You got to find a new mascot. No Grover around here anymore.
Look, here's the other part. I said this to Wright. I really believe we have never experienced somebody like this.
Nope.
I mean, unless I'm not remembering somebody, but like
Paul Allen bought the Blazers and has paid for every penny of Moda Center. Run it like anything that the arena has needed. Yeah. He has paid for it. Never asked the city for anything.
A sports owner that is like hyper aggressive, coming from an area where the tax rate is significantly less, so he's not losing as much money. You are going to get immediate pushback, and he's not even like loud about it. He's just like everything we have laid out on the city council side of you got to try to get some concessions here, there, and there. Right? His response is kind of easy. How did he get Mike Nori?
Waited him out.
Leverage.
It
was the only remaining job.
Yep.
Nori's 52. He wants the job.
Wanted a head coaching gig. Didn't get
so
another
Nori
one.
says, you know what? I'll take the contract. I'll bet on myself. That's, cool. We'll see if that works. I hope it does work. Are you going to be surprised that he's taken the same approach?
No.
Give us this. No.
All right.
Well, what about this, that? No. Because I own the team. Now, I know you have a clip you want to play, which I think is an important one to play, but he's also sitting with you need us. You cannot afford to lose it. Your city will – I don't know which city is with the Blazers.
Right.
So, I think he's just going to sit there and do the same thing with this that he just did to get his head coach.
Right.
Here's the contract. You want the job? All right, there you go. Thanks.
I think that's the hope, is that as you get closer, I imagine there are some on the city council who don't think there's a legitimate chance that he moves the team, and I don't believe that Tom Dundon bought the team with the desire to move them. I don't think that was the reason. He said as much, and I believe him, and I take him at his word at that. If there is no funding, that then comes into question. If you're not going to pay for the arena deal to get done, he does not shake me as the kind of guy that's going to say, all right, you didn't come up with your $150 million? Fine. Here's $150 million out of my pocket. He's not tied to the city in that regard. And so that's where I think as you get closer to some kind of deadline is maybe there's a sense of urgency. To your point on Mike Nori, all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel at the end of this negotiation of if there's no funding, that becomes a real possibility. Then maybe you get some people to relent and change their mind. One other thought that I thought was interesting is the person I was talking to said that they met with somebody at the state. And the state, remember, they were the first leg of this funding package. They passed over $300 million.
They did it pretty quick, too.
Snap of a finger. We need to get this done, and they got it done immediately.
Yep.
Asking basically on the state side, is there a break glass of emergency if the city or county does not find a way to pass their funding, that the state in their next session, when they're back in session, says we'll pony up the dough to make up for the, whatever, it's $150 million of shortfall that you don't have from the city or county. And they wouldn't commit to saying that that's something that they would do, but they didn't rule it out. And I think the state and the mayor and the governor, everybody in that regard understands how important it is to keep the Blazers here from an economic standpoint. And so just another thought to keep in the back of your mind of maybe there is an answer somewhere else.
Getting concessions is, that's an important thing, obviously, for some of these council members. But, you didn't pay for the building. It was handed to you for $1. How much money have you made in 30 years of that building being there and this team staying in the market?
Right.
I mean, we went over the numbers yesterday, and I might have shortchanged it. $600 million per year.
Yeah.
Like just
the number of jobs it creates, the number of people who come to visit.
Jobs,
right,
$600 million. You got a third of the people that don't live here. You got another third of the people who don't live in the city or state.
It's insanity to me to think about not doing it because
just get it done.
If you somehow lost the Blazers, the thought of the economic impact on this city would be a nail in the coffin. We would never recover as a city. And some people don't think we will recover either way based on what happened through COVID and all the businesses leaving and all of that.
We'd be
lack
the
of revenue.
Flint Tropics.
I mean, it would be, yeah. I mean, you think about that area. What other reason would you have to go to that area of Portland?
I would never have a reason.
You would never go down there.
I don't have any friends that live over there.
And what would happen to that area if you lost this tenant and what is it
during basketball season?
The economic engine that is for here. I certainly understand that there are things that we can level-headedly discuss of should that be in the deal, should that not be in the deal. But when push comes to shove, there needs to be a deal because the alternative of that is a decimating fact for the city. I have a couple more thoughts on this on the other side. I have a quote I want to play from Steve Ballmer. We have some thoughts coming in at the fan text line. If you want to send yours in, 503-864-6326. Couple final thoughts on this, a little tidbit out of the NFL, and then the Magic Hat top of the hour. Back after this, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Hey, Sprague.
Coming up in the final hour, we'll break down the steel cage match this weekend at the WWE Night of Champions.
Oh, yeah?
Seth Rollins versus Braun Breaker.
Coming up next live in studio, Jay Uso. Jay, what are your thoughts on Dirt? What his appearance is?
I have tiny legs and I'm fat. Yeah, he's not wrong. That's a good one. Well played. Ooh. Well, in the last segment, I played the Tom Dundon soundbite. By the way, Magic Act coming up top of the hour. I'm filling out my submissions as we go through the commercial break. We'll get to that in a moment. I saw this randomly. Now, I will acknowledge I don't know the date on this. It was just one of those things that popped into my algorithm. Might have been recently, might not. Do you know what Podcast P's podcast is called? Paul George? Do you know what the name of his podcast is?
Oh, man. I used to.
So I could properly credit this. This is where this aired. It was on. And now I don't know if this happened after he traded him because it's with Steve Ballmer.
So it's podcast. Yeah, I think it's just called Podcast P with Paul George.
Oh, okay. Podcast P. There you go. That's the name of the pod.
That's actually a really good name.
I mean, it is. He's
Podcast P.
He's not Playoff P. He's Podcast P. And I thought this was interesting. So the idea of the Blazers leaving town, you know they're going to head to Kalamazoo. We're going to be the Kalamazoo Kazoos.
I've heard those rumors. Kansas City, obviously, would be one. It would be season 1 finale.
Of when he aired on the pod?
September 2023.
Okay, a couple years ago.
So he was still a Clipper when he talked to Steve Ballmer.
So he has Steve Ballmer, the owner of the team, on the pod. And I thought this is interesting because Steve Ballmer is a very rich man, as we all know. Wanted to buy an NBA team. And the back half of it's not that interesting, so I might just cut it off at some point. But the bulk of what we want to know or hear about, I thought it was interesting from Steve Ballmer at the outset of what Adam Silver told him about buying and moving teams.
Literally, within 2 weeks of my last day at Microsoft, I fly to New York to meet with Adam Silver, who's taken over now for David Stern, and with Roger Goodell. And I say, hey, I want to buy a team and bring it to Seattle. And Adam says, well, we don't want teams to move anymore. We saw what happened when Seattle moved. We really want these teams to stay. And I bided my time, and then the Sterling thing comes out. And my middle son, who was in college at the time, he says, Dad, you got to get on this. This thing is going to sell.
Imagine your dad being
Finally,
Steve
I figure out a way to meet Shelley Sterling.
Franchise.
Donald's out of the picture, and, she's running the show.
After that meeting where you're like, all right, I feel good about this. I gotta do this.
No. Well, I knew I got to do it.
Yeah.
Teams don't come up. It's an L.A. team.
Yeah.
I'd mentioned to Adam when I went to see him, hey, what about the L.A. teams? He said, oh, those teams will never sell. And then, of course, the whole thing happens here. So I was all in. I was all in. But then he got in the bid process. And I was still all in, but we were in the bid process. And I just said, I'm going to get this team. And people thought I way overpaid.
Yeah.
But I got the team.
You got the team.
I probably paid 10% more. Maybe that
If I was that rich.
Developers.
I'd buy the Blazers for $7 million. This wouldn't even be a discussion. I'd build us a new arena.
Yeah, let's do it. If I'm Steve Ballmer, I have the back end of that doesn't matter that much. I just thought it was interesting. Here is somebody at the end of the Microsoft days coming in ready to be one of, if not the richest owner in the NBA. And the commissioner telling him, no, dude, you're not going to buy a team and move it to Seattle. We don't want teams to move down.
Well, he was a part. So Chris Hansen was the guy that was trying to buy the Kings when the Kings were in flux.
Yeah. The guy from Catch the Predator? Wasn't his name Chris Hansen?
It's same name, different guy.
Okay.
So he's a hedge fund investor guy, right? So he's got all the money from the financial world, and he was. The problem that he made was he was being way too loud. He was somebody bidding to buy the Kings, and in the process of the bid was doing regular interviews on radio stations daily.
Yeah.
And he was like, we're going to move it. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And the Kings fans are irate. They don't want to lose their team. This guy has the money for it, and that's when the Kevin Johnson rally to get the new ownership group together in Sacramento, that's when all of this went down. Ballmer, I believe, was going to be a minority stakes owner in that Hansen group because he's a Seattle guy. And then that fell through, and Hansen's he's blackballed basically. He's never going to own a team. And then when the Clippers got brought up, I remember thinking when Ballmer's name was brought up, I'm like, why
stay in L.A.? Nobody cares about you.
Why do we have two teams in any sport in any city?
Right. They're the Brooklyn Nets of New York. It doesn't make sense. It's a Laker town and a Knick town.
It will never not be a Laker town. The Clippers could win 4 titles. It'll still be a Laker town.
Doesn't matter.
And to his credit, he's probably told you can't relocate them, which is so stupid. But, dude, he paid for the whole arena. He's got one of the more respected venues in American sports. And he's done an exceptional job trying to build interest into the Clippers. But, yeah, I remember hearing his name by the Clippers. I thought that's the perfect team to relocate. You don't need two teams in L.A. Nobody ever cares about the Clippers.
Nope.
You can go rebrand. But it's interesting to hear the comments replaying from a couple years ago of Silver saying adamantly, we don't want to go through this.
Yeah.
Now, that was at that time. That's a long time ago in their world. So, who knows? Again, we still sit in the same spot of every story seemingly seems to be Micah Nori's contract's awful, Tom Dundon's cheap with T-shirts, Tom Dundon's playing hardball, and city councilors are out here politically protesting everything.
We could use a dub one of these days.
Can we get a dub?
Give me one dub.
Give me one dub.
How about J-dub? That'd be a nice dub.
I love that dub.
How about that dub?
That's a dub.
Can I get that dub?
Every political party would want. J-dub, please. Right, left, middle, red, blue, purple. I don't care, man.
Yeah.
Make it J-dub.
I just, look, maybe this again is misplaced confidence, and I should be far more worried about this than I am letting on. As Bill Oram would say, do you know who I am? There's just an idea of the NBA.
Who do you think I am?
The NBA doesn't want to go through this again. And that will always reside in the back of my head. In any city you want to throw out, like Vegas and Seattle would have been two prime candidates. Who's going to get expansion teams?
Yeah.
Vegas and Seattle.
Yep.
Nashville wants to get thrown out. Where are the Grizzlies going to move in 2 years?
Well, that's the other
They're
thing.
already playing games in Nashville next year.
Well, they're supposed to be doing that. The Spurs, to their credit, also do a game or two in Austin.
That just makes far more sense than the Blazers moving. They want regionalized scheduling. They want to be able to balance this thing out. And having a team go from Portland, Oregon to Nashville, Tennessee does not behoove or make sense for the NBA.
No, it doesn't. But also, politics can get in the way.
Yes, that is very true. Couple quick thoughts here from the fan text line: 503-864-6326. Magic Hat right around the corner. Somebody said, I honestly love that answer from Dundon. Basically, if you don't make us pay taxes, we will pay for it. That would be wonderful for us. Please do that. Another one. If I'm annoyed with all the BS going on with the MOTA and the city council, then I can't imagine what Dundon must be feeling. Buying a team with a guarantee that the funding was in place and now being made out to be the bad guy would piss anyone off. No wonder he isn't stoked about Portland right now. Putting myself in his shoes, I think he's handling this okay. I'd be throwing F-bombs out at any city council member who was against getting a deal done. This should be a no-brainer for the city.
Who do you think I am?
It's a great question, Bill. It's a great question. So some thoughts coming in, and somebody saying, I can't imagine that the majority of citizens who are against public funding are actual Blazer fans or even sports fans in general.
Well, I think we will learn they're not.
It's very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. Lots to get to in the final hour. We have the Magic Hat. Love my submissions this week. Feeling very good. Sprague's got some audio to go with it. I got some audio to go with it. The Magic Hat on a Thursday kicks out the final hour. As always, next, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, in the NBA, the Hornets are trading star guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a future unprotected first-round pick, 3 future first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round picks. Ball will now join Anthony Edwards after averaging 20 points and 7 assists for Charlotte last season. The Pistons are trading big man Isaiah Stewart to the Grizzlies for 3 future second-round picks. Stewart last season averaged 10 points on 55% shooting and 5 rebounds off the bench for Detroit. World Cup group stage action yesterday. Mexico made it 3 straight wins in Group A after beating Czechia 3-0, while South Africa advanced to the knockout rounds for the first time ever, stunning South Korea 1-0. Switzerland won Group B with a 2-1 victory over Canada. Both of those nations will advance, along with Bosnia-Herzegovina, who took down Qatar 3-1. Brazil won Group C after shutting out Scotland 3-0. Morocco will join them in the knockout rounds. They defeated Haiti 4-2. 3 more groups in action today, including the United States taking on Turkey at 7 o'clock on Fox. And your Portland Fire fell to the Chicago Sky 101-78. Megan Gustafson with a game-high 17 points. I'm Brandon Henson from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports.
Let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Ready.
I am ready. I
have tiny legs and I'm fat.
Yeah, it's not good. If that happens to you, seek a doctor. We have a lot to get to in the final hour of our radio program. Will we do anything? Will there be more breaking news out of the NBA? It's been quite a juicy couple of days here for the league. The draft was pretty boring.
Oh, it was all-time bad.
All-time bad and boring, but
we never got to Terry and Arnold yet.
No, we didn't get to one of the best young corners in the NFL getting arrested and maybe going to prison for life, so that happened.
Claiming the innocence.
Claiming I didn't do it.
Claiming the innocence.
That came out of nowhere.
Did you see McVay get trolled?
I did see him get trolled with Niner stuff at a restaurant.
He seems like a good dude.
He does, yeah. He seems like he can laugh about that kind of stuff. Also, he's got a Super Bowl ring and Kyle Shanahan doesn't. So,
Correct.
you know.
Yeah.
Don't mean a thing if you ain't got that ring. So we got a lot to get to in the final hour. We will start, though, as always, as I make sure I pull up all my stories to remember. Sometimes stuff gets pulled and you forget that it was yours. So I'm pulling up all my stories, so I'm ready to go. It is Magic Hat time.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited, what do we got in the Magic Hat?
All right.
Now, hold on. Do we have a non-Booger Brandon submission this week?
Oh, that's a good question.
There is one submission.
Okay, we have a non-Booger Brandon submission. Got it. Just making sure. Just checking. Checking.
No.
All right, first one, Splash Landing.
Yeah, this is mine. I was literally just worried about this.
What happened?
I'm trying to find...
You lose your audio?
Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go.
You got it?
Yeah, so I want to play this audio cut. This is from a news station, KTLA, down in California, with the report.
And here's the video showing the terrifying moment a 13-year-old Disneyland guest went over the waterfall on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, formerly known as Splash Mountain, inside the Southern California theme park. The teen boy appeared to be in the back of the ride car as it approached the iconic 50-foot drop when he suddenly tried to get out, and footage captured Sunday and obtained by TMZ. The video then shows the boy plunge down the water track to the bottom base of the ride. We showed this video to some of the park's visitors yesterday.
Oh, wow. As a mother, oh my God. I'm just not even, I'm in shock. That's crazy.
Oh my God, that's insane. I cannot believe that happened. Oh my God, that's so scary.
13-year-old boy fell out of the back of Splash Mountain ride, and he is seen in the video hitting the side, and then he falls behind the log piece. Now, it should be noted.
Another reason to not go to Disney.
He did not fall out. Everybody's like, oh, my gosh, you can't
He climbed
get on this
out
ride.
on his
He
own.
was climbing out. He was clearly trying to do something. Get on the top and just
Was he
stand
scared?
there.
What was it? Yeah.
I don't think that's a scared thing.
Yeah,
I think he
if
was
you're
trying
trying to
to
get
be
out.
stupid.
Do a
And
teenage kid thing. Now, is he okay? Do we have an update on his
He
health?
went to the hospital. Doesn't sound like he's got any serious injury.
Okay.
Isn't it also kind of like a water slide in a way? Like you kind of just go down all the waves?
I don't know.
Have you done Splash Mountain?
I have done Splash Mountain.
I did it once before it was changed into Tiana's Bayou, which I'm excited to see this summer because
What is
we're
the
going.
difference? How
That's
do they
confirmed, by the way?
You're going to Disneyland?
We are doing one of our days in August. We're going to
Okay.
go to Disneyland.
Why did we change it to, what is it, Tiana's what?
Tiana's Bayou.
Tiana's Bayou.
Yeah.
Why did we change away from Splash Mountain?
Because Princess and the Frog is a really popular
Oh, is that what it's from?
movie,
Tiana?
and
Okay.
so they've got like a Cajun area, so they'll have like beignets served and all the characters from that movie. Plus, they kind of renovate and redo rides all the time.
Okay.
Rename things, different sections and whatnot. The video is terrifying though, and I've been on this ride. I don't recall wearing a seatbelt or any harness because the gravity keeps you in. But just a nightmare scenario, falling out of a ride with a 50-foot drop.
No, thank you. There's been so many in the news lately. There was one where firefighters had to rescue people at top of a roller coaster that got stuck, and they were like at the top, and it took hours. They were stuck up there for hours, and you couldn't get them out. My memory of Splash Mountain is the family photo that exists still in my parents' house to this day. Because that was the one you'd go down, and they'd always take the picture right as you're coming over the edge to go down. And my brother, who was older than me, I can't remember how old I was when we went to Disneyland, somewhere in elementary school. He's doing like a double thumbs up, having a great time. Dad's behind him, smiling. My mom is then behind him. They put me all the way in the back. Her hair is like blowing directly in my face to where you can barely see me. But what you can see in my face is me saying what that kid's saying, get me the hell off of this ride. I want nothing to do with
You're
this.
terrified of big rides,
Absolutely terrified.
Yeah.
And little elementary school Dirt was not in the mood for that one.
I have tiny legs and I'm fat.
And I wanted off that ride. And it is locked in a memory in my parents' house. That picture still exists of me in the back like, just screaming my balls off.
Yeah, the photo we got my little brother when we went, he is in the very front, and he's like bulldogging the bottom part of his jaw out. His like teeth are showing, and his eyes are closed, like And then my mom's screaming, and I'm just like have a normal kind of reaction face. And I'm like, that's a great photo.
Good lesson for people. Don't climb out of roller coasters or rides of any kind.
What are you doing?
Just, buckle that thing and stay on in there. How about we do that?
When I'm strapped in, so I'll do a roller coaster, like the Incredicoaster if I go to California Adventure. Dude, I'm strapped in, locked, harness over. I am clinging to the handlebars, and I'm pulling it towards me.
Yes.
I am not coming out of this thing.
No, we're not risking anything here.
You're going to have to loop 8 times for me to finally let go of that thing and die. I'm not. What are we doing?
Brandon, are you a roller coaster guy?
I will put on a brave face and get on a roller coaster, but it can't be like crazy. Like it's got to be
okay.
What does that mean? Like your legs
Splash
hanging?
Mountain, the Incredicoaster.
Yeah.
I went to Disneyland Paris, and they had like the Avengers ride and like all these like very fast but quick moving. Like Space Mountain is my favorite ride at Disneyland, just because of it's in the dark.
It's
and
a pretty
you're
good
moving quick.
Yeah.
So those I can do, but I can't do the flips. I can't do like anything like crazy, terrifying.
Super like straight down.
No.
Yeah.
So
no point.
At
No part of it.
SeaWorld in San Antonio, I went to that years and years ago. It was before the Blackfish stock, by the way. Okay, just for anybody who wants to cancel me. So we went to the roller coaster they had there was the hanging your legs down one. So it's over your shoulders.
Yeah, no.
And your legs are just dangling. And it had one of those loops where you go and your legs are on the outside because you're on the outside of the loop, and your legs are just kicked over as you're doing the loop. Quite enjoyable. Loved it.
I'm out on that one. I'm out on
I
all
was
this.
worried my legs were going to
nothing
get
do with
hit
this.
by one of the bars, and
Yeah. Again, I will put on a brave face like it was just me and my wife, so I almost felt like I was kind of forced to go on the good rides with her.
Yeah.
But if my kids are involved, I will stay back and watch the kid while the others go.
You guys go have fun.
Now, are they junkies? Do they like? Because my oldest will go on literally every ride she can.
They're still too young to find out. I think my son, who's 4, he's still kind of. I think he's more of an observing type of roller coaster ride. Like he's not really a thrill seeker yet, but we'll see. Time will tell.
I was at Oaks Park on Saturday. That's about my limit.
What was the scariest ride you went on?
I didn't do any scary ones. We're doing the little cars that go around in a circle.
I know what you are. You're guy in the line for the pink slide.
We did the pink slide. You're
Get
damn
your
right we
potato
did.
sack, Daddy.
It's your sack bag. Let's go. Climb up these stairs.
Let's just race down the slide all day. This is fun, isn't it?
I'll do the merry-go-round. You know, it goes up, it goes down.
I just can't do the up and downs.
Yeah.
Like the octopus at Oaks Park, the Avengers ride at California. I can't do the up and down. I hate that.
The straight drop for me, I'm just completely
I'm out.
out of.
I'm out.
What else we got? What else in the Magic
Also,
Hat?
I should mention Splash Mountain had a lot of racial associations. That's why they
got rated okay.
Yeah, I think they had some characters that were like.
So Disney wanted.
I don't remember characters from it when I was there, but I was really young.
Well, you probably also don't pick up on racial tones.
No, when you're in like third grade, I don't know what the hell's going on.
You know, I have little. Yeah. Well.
Anyways,
California raisins were a thing.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
All right, Duck Dynasty. Now this is not Dirt's. This is mine.
Yes.
Shocking, actually.
Upset of the day.
College Football 27.
Okay.
The ratings came out yesterday.
Yeah. Early access starts in about 7 days,
yeah,
baby.
I think it's like in a week or so. Yep.
Early access.
You just shut your mouth over there, right? You shut your mouth.
Okay? So you're a big NCAA guy?
I am.
Okay.
But my Xbox is outdated. Like I would need to upgrade to actually play the new college
they don't make
game.
it for the older consoles anymore.
And so I mean, and it's Prime Day week or whatever you want to call it.
I've
been very tempted. I've been very tempted to splurge, but also my wife got me a trip to go back home and go to a concert, so I don't want to splurge more money on top of that.
Yeah.
Anyways, College Football 27, their team ratings came out and their player ratings came out yesterday. Your top 5 teams: Texas is at 5, Notre Dame at 4, Indiana at 3, Ohio State at 2, Oregon number 1.
Number 1 in the video game. Is there a curse associated with that?
I don't know, but I mean,
let me see who the number one.
I mean, you got a cover curse with Dante Moore, who's also.
I don't think that exists in college football, though, does it? I mean, I guess Ryan Williams was on the cover.
It's still too early to tell because, I mean, Ryan Williams had a bad.
He had a really bad year.
Had a down year.
But Jeremiah Smith was still good, so they were the 2 cover athletes for last year.
Brad Crawford's crowning you the front runner, and NCAA is saying you're the best team to win the whole thing. You better win the national championship.
Let me see.
You better. You don't want to find out what happens if you don't.
Who was the number 1 team last year?
I would imagine it was Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the week.
Notre Dame?
Week 4, week 5. I can go all the way back to week 4. But
Texas.
Had to have been Texas, right? Had to have been Texas.
Yes, Texas was ranked number 1.
Yeah. Okay.
By the polls.
Very, very exciting. Very exciting time. We've been eagerly awaiting. We're watching some tutorials on YouTube. Did you know they have hanging mouthpieces this year? Do you know how big do you know how big of a deal that is? Do you know you can do a single leg sleeve on your player if you want to? A single leg sleeve? Are you kidding me?
Something that really bothers me
on up.
that doesn't need to bother me.
Sure, what do you got?
A pet peeve, if you will. Put your mouth guard in.
The 2 mouth guard one bothers me more than not wearing 1 mouth guard. The people who have 2 dangling from their helmet and not wearing either of them,
see, that
bothers
doesn't
me
matter
more.
to me. First of all, why do you have 2? What are we doing with the second one?
Right.
What are you trying to put in your mouth? The second thing is like it just dangling there, and then the snap happens. I'm like, why do you have it then? You don't want it. Don't wear it. Treat it like a butt pad, you know?
It's about the look.
They don't even want to wear knee pads anymore in football. I get it. Do whatever you want.
They want to wear bike shorts.
There's something about the mouth guard. It's just hanging there. It's not like, what do you have it for?
I'm with you.
It's a weird pet peeve.
The older I get, the more I see those dangling. I want to yell at a cloud. I want to yell at something.
In fact, as a prime...
Do you not get the point of a mouthpiece?
Upper echelon DB at Parkrose High School in the early 2000s.
With the robot helmet.
I would make an argument that if I had...
Dangling mouthpiece,
it's getting in my way now during the play.
Was Terrell Davis the first one that made the big mouthpiece popular? Was there somebody before Terrell Davis? The cover the mouth one? Yeah.
Michael Irvin.
Good call.
Michael Irvin,
good call.
I think, made it.
And he had the dangle down.
But he always wore it.
He always wore it.
He'd dangle it down, but he
good
always
point.
wore it. I think it was Michael Irvin, to be fair.
Poll. That's a good poll.
Jerry Rice, unfortunately, kind of just the bland one piece going.
He didn't have the dangle. He didn't have the big mouthpiece.
Michael Irvin, he made it cool, man. I got to give him credit.
The big mouthpiece was badass.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I could talk video games for another hour if you want me to, but we can move on to the next submission.
Move on.
He doesn't want to keep talking about how the Ducks should win the national championship.
Exactly.
If they don't, it's going to destroy him
more
emotionally.
curse on it. Joyride.
Oh, Joyride. This one's mine. You ever think about what you want to do? Hold on, I got all my stories up here. Let me find the right one. Wait for it. There we go. When you're 85 years old, maybe seeking a thrill in life.
85?
85 years old.
Okay,
You're getting
I
up
hope
there.
I get to that age.
Probably near the finish line of everything that's going on, right?
Upper room.
You're in the 9th inning or the 17th hole, if you will, of your round of golf or baseball game of life.
Mm-hmm.
This happened last week, and I've been holding it and wanted to make sure to get to it. There is an 85. Let me find out where is local 12 WKRC, Cincinnati, Ohio.
I love that.
An 85-year-old man was arrested. Now, if I tell you an 85-year-old man got arrested, where's your mind go? What do you think he got arrested for?
85.
Did he
Stealing
wander somewhere he's not
accidentally.
supposed to be?
Accidentally stealing is a good one. Wandering, trespassing
Yeah.
somewhere where he's not supposed to be.
Maybe getting a little dirty at his old age.
Oh, okay. Yeah, get a
You
little
got
frisky.
Alzheimer's and you're a little horny. I don't know what you're getting into.
No, he got arrested for racing a streetcar at over 100 miles per hour, smoking a cigar.
Stop it.
I'm not kidding you. When he was arrested and confronted
terrible.
by police, he just said, quote, "I'm just trying to have a little ride in my favorite car." That was his quote.
A little ride.
He is 85 years old. If you go find this, I'll tweet it out too. So this came from, it came from Florida. I don't know why an Ohio station is the story I found here. So this guy lives in Florida. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
He was arrested, and they found two cars that appeared to be street racing around 11:40 p.m. on June 12th. One was a red Corvette traveling 125 miles per hour. The other one was a gray Nissan sports car traveling at 110 miles per hour. The guy that they pulled over in the gray one was the 85-year-old William Bosworth is his name. And they asked him if he was street racing. He said, no, that guy was. He swerved at me, and he tried to deny that he was doing it. Said, I was trying to get away from him before we caused a problem as he's driving 115 miles an hour down the road. He was, well, what are you doing out here? He said, I'm just having a little nice ride in my favorite car. And he was arrested and charged with excessive speeding and street racing. The best part, if you go find the story, is his mugshot.
I was going to say.
Because he's an 85-year-old man.
Does he look like a old 85, a young 85?
I don't know if I'd classify him as an old or young 85.
Like exactly an 85?
Dude, I think he hits the nail on the head of what 85 looks like, and he and his mugshot is smiling ear to ear. Just grinning cheek to cheek. Like, yeah, dude, I did it.
Yeah, I'm
110.
I'm seeing it right here.
He drove 100 miles an hour. Street racing, smoking a stogie out on the road.
Fast and the Furious based on his story, I wonder?
Is this Vin Diesel on Fast and the Furious? Like 47.
How many more Fast and Furious do we need to get until we get to
Vin
this guy?
Diesel? Are you the guy that stole DVDs in 1999?
Oh, DVDs?
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
I just, there's a little lesson in there. If you get to be 85, if we all make it that long, do something wild, man. Make yourself feel alive still.
I'd prefer not to be going 115.
If you get in an accident, what's the worst that can happen to you?
Well, you die, and you're still alive. So I'm taking every day at 85, and I'm excited about that.
You're soaking up every 85-year-old day that you can.
He is entirely too happy in this
Dude,
mugshot.
he is
living
like
his best life.
What are you going to do about it, man? Throw me in prison? I ain't doing that. I'm 85. I'll be all right. Let's sneak one more in here on the old Magic Hab.
No invasion.
Okay, this is a fun one from yesterday.
The psychic.
Yeah, I mean, we had to get to this.
Did you see her already flex into what she actually meant with her vision because she was wrong?
Oh, I mean, you have to pivot. If you're a predictor and your prediction does not come correct, the world's going to end. You got to find a way to change it.
Instead of saying I was wrong, she was like, actually, you misinterpreted what I meant.
I haven't seen that, so that'll be a good follow-up. There is a Brazilian spiritualist and social media personality, also a psychic.
Probably should lead with the second one before the first one, because I think that's the part of it that makes sense.
Her name is Vo Bahiana, I think is how you say it. She has 23 million followers on social media platforms.
Yeah, Miss Cleo, she is not.
This is a lot of people and, attractive Brazilian woman. She came out and just randomly said that she had a dream that last night during the Scotland World Cup game against Brazil, we were going to suffer an alien invasion in which not only would players be abducted into the spacecraft, fans would be as well. Not all of them. Just a certain number of fans would be abducted into the spacecraft. She said she had a dream that she saw an extraterrestrial spacecraft descending on the stadium during the match and abducting players and spectators. She put out a video. I didn't pull the audio. But it's pretty funny. She's like crying, and she said in Spanish, quote, "I was inside that ship. When the ship rose, the mothership arrived, a much larger ship, and took in thousands of people from the soccer field. I saw so much screaming, so much crying, so many tears and suffering. I'm very terrified because it's the second time I'm dreaming about this. They are saying that on the 24th, something very bad is about to happen at this game at the soccer field in Miami." Editor's note, it did not happen last night. Nobody was abducted from the match at the World Cup. What was her pivot to saying, when will this happen?
Well, first of all, you have that dream repeatedly because you do drugs before you go to bed. So your brain is active, you idiot. Second of all, she's pivoting now and saying it wasn't exactly how you think it was.
Oh, okay.
It was more a spiritual awakening that something bad is bound to happen. To which people then pointed to the unfortunate earthquakes that hit Venezuela yesterday.
She's taking credit for the earthquakes now.
Well, she's not,
I think
but I
she
think
is.
the people that want to subscribe to her OnlyFans while following her spiritual advice
Right.
in a G-string
Give me life advice.
are like, look, she called it. Aliens, maybe not, but something bad happened.
There is actually a pretty funny response to this. So the Miami International Airport got wind of this because it went pretty viral yesterday. They put out a statement, the Miami International Airport did, saying the FAA has just issued an official airspace restriction for tonight's Scotland versus Brazil match due to reports of unusual aerial activity in the region. So that's a good way to lean into it and play into it. There was no alien abduction, unfortunately, last night. Nobody was abducted. Would have been pretty wild if it happened, though.
What are we getting out of these people?
What if they just snatched Neymar? The aliens got Neymar for their World Cup team? That seems a little unfair.
I mean, he got in late. It'd be really crazy if Neymar got abducted.
Neymar, no! Somebody made an AI video of him crying on the field while he was getting sucked into an alien spacecraft.
I don't even know what would the world do if we collectively watched an alien spacecraft abduct soccer players and fans in the middle of a World Cup match?
We would burn everything you're on. It would be gone.
So it's just like instant mass chaos?
Instant mass chaos.
Oh.
We had a hint,
Portland, Oregon?
We had a hint of a pandemic and we ran out of toilet paper.
Well, I mean,
if there's an alien spaceship and videos of them sucking people into the mothership,
their reaction is to go to Costco and take the toilet paper?
I'm not saying that's. I'm saying it becomes survival of the fittest. All
before
laws
even
go out the window.
Processing what's happened?
We are a panicky species, buddy.
Yeah, I might be the guy that's like, well, shouldn't we wait for more information?
Why don't we find out? Maybe they're here in peace, You
don't get it, man. Neymar is gone.
Maybe they mean well. More Magic Hat next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Stone Creek Golf Club, Oregon's best public course under $100. Online at stonecreekgolfclub.net. First on the fan for this update. I know we touched on it a little earlier, but the Caitlin Clark conundrum continues in the WNBA. So last night against the Mercury, Clark was driving into the lane. She got bumped, fell down, and Alyssa Thomas literally fell on her with her fist into her throat.
Yeah.
And then stepped on her afterwards.
She should be banned for life.
No foul call.
Take her out of the league.
Their coach, Stephanie White, said it was absolutely egregious and utterly disrespectful. And then on top of that,
nobody's been fouled.
The WNBA poster that came out yesterday for their 30th anniversary.
That's the one I'll call.
No Caitlin Clark to be seen.
Look,
I will not stand for this.
The
I will not
poster's
allow
ridiculous. Everybody nitpicking the slow-mo replay of the play. You didn't watch the game, first of all. Go watch the play in real speed. It's not really crazy.
It's dirty.
It happens all the time in basketball. But the goddess, it happened to her, and so everything has to be a big deal.
Yeah.
How about good news? The Oregon Zoo has welcomed a second red panda to the ranks this month as 6-year-old Lou gets settled into the habitat. Lou comes to Portland from the Toledo Zoo as part of the Association of Zoo and Aquariums. Arrived just weeks after Anoki, a female red panda, and caregivers soon introducing the duo in hopes that they may eventually help and add the population of the endangered species. Lou and Anoki.
This might be in your magic hat. If it is, I apologize. I know if Swag was here, it would be in his. Can we acknowledge the fact that Tiger Woods showed back up from rehab, didn't acknowledge his rehab, and just talked about the changes to the PGA Tour schedule?
As if nothing had happened?
As if just like, hey, it's great to be back here at the Travelers. Let's talk about relegation and golf. Like, dude, are you still on the Percocets, buddy? What are we? Are we still on the pills? Come on, Tiger.
That's the update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan Sports.
All right, welcome back in. Magic Hat continues. Jordan asking, now, if they did get abducted last night, does Vegas refund the Brazil futures? Is that a refund of your ticket if their team gets abducted by aliens?
Vegas's refunding policy is very interesting. That strikes me as like something FanDuel does. Not Vegas. I think Vegas is like, oh, look, dude, all bets are final. We can't account for alien abductions.
Come on, man. People telling non-booger Brandon to splurge. You'll get more money. Buy the console, Brandon. Buy it. All right.
Well, I have
dangling mouthpieces, man.
I have the same problem. We play a lot of Mario Kart on our Switch.
Kids love Mario Kart.
Well, they have a new Mario Kart that came out during Christmas, so I went to go buy it thinking that'd be a fun little gift for the whole family. And the lady was like, it only is compatible with the new Switch, and the new Switch is like $600. And I'm like, well, we're not getting new Mario Kart.
Guess that's not happening.
Playing the same levels.
Not going to buy that one. By the way, quick point of procedure for today, the Mike Inori press conference at 11 a.m. today, the new head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. Mm-hmm. They will run it live on the firm of Just Harris today at 11 a.m. He'll have it live. So just keep around later this afternoon. You'll hear from Mike Inori live press conference, 11 a.m. right here on The Fan. What else is in the Magic Hat?
The right move?
Yeah, this is me. Look, you guys have been on vacation. A lot of people have taken vacation. It's vacation season for many, right? Summertime. Mm-hmm. How about this one? This one comes from a British woman who was filmed walking around a bunch of day beds at a resort. And it's at a pool. And what she's doing is she's walking around grabbing towels off the day beds, taking them and putting them in a huge pile. The reason she's doing this is she and many visitors of the resort, she's a bit on the older side, are noting that people that are getting hammered are putting towels on day beds as they go to bed at 1 to 2 a.m.
The night before.
So when you wake up, the towel on the bed indicates what?
That somebody's there. You can't have that.
Somebody's there.
Seats taken.
And they're noticing that these people are not showing up till 11 to 12 p.m. to sit in the bed with the towel. So what she did is she had enough. She was walking around. They were filming. And she's grabbing towels off the day beds and piling them up. It's creating a controversial topic for people of,
yes.
Is she going too far or is she doing the right thing here?
This is a tricky one. I will acknowledge, now I don't know about you guys, I have been a lay the towel down guy before in my life. I have been that guy where you wake up. Now, I've never done the night before towel lay down, but I have done we got up at a relatively okay hour. Let's go put the towel down before we go get breakfast. So then when we're done with breakfast, we come back and our chairs are here and we can lay down in the spot that we want to lay down in. I have been that guy, but I will also acknowledge some of the behavior could be a little egregious. It could be a little over the top. So this is one I see both sides because I've been the guilty party before. But also part of me, like if I'm at a resort and I go down to the pool and it's, I don't know, what's an okay time to go to the pool at a resort? You know, you're going down at 9 a.m., maybe you're going to sit around all day, right? And every single chair has a towel on it and every place you could lay has a towel on it and nobody's down there. I see why you would get pissed off. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I got nowhere to go here. I see both sides of it. I'm going to lean, even though I am a towel lay down guy, I will lean on the side of the old lady.
Yeah, I don't think this is very controversial.
You think she's in the right?
I wouldn't actually want to be the person on film doing this.
No.
It's a very divided topic on the social media, but she is absolutely in the right.
If you're not here to lay in your chair, I'm taking your chair.
I'm also going to give you another take, and maybe this speaks to how poorly I am at the sunbed area. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah, this is definitely a thing.
I don't even think about this as a thing. I don't think I'm going to get a towel, put it down, and not come back. If I put a towel down, I'm probably sitting down in that moment.
Yeah.
So like,
because you want to go there later, but you don't want to go right now. But if you go later, there won't be the seat available for you to lay down or sit in.
I guess I just don't sit down if there's no seats available. I don't think about this. This is the strategy of reserving the bed, the strategy of taking the towel away. I didn't know it was such a divided topic till I saw it.
We went to Mexico, Puerto Vallarta in like 2018-ish, something like that. The wife and I did, or I guess girlfriend at the time. And this was a big deal because they had two different pools at the resort. One of them was a kid pool. One of them was a non-kid pool. And so you didn't want to be at the kid pool. We didn't have kids. You didn't want to be anywhere near there. They're running around. They're screaming. It's loud. The adult pool had a swim-up bar, and it was, there's music playing. Like, it just was a much better vibe that we could gel with. And we did it at that pool multiple times. On our way to go get breakfast, we went and got, because one of the days we went around.
Why didn't you just go after eating breakfast?
Because we went one day after breakfast and all the chairs were taken. There was nowhere to sit.
And then you're out of luck. Using it.
And then you're out of luck.
But
and then it's gone.
So it's an unofficial reservation?
It's an unofficial reservation of the chair.
I don't like
that.
So
around 9 a.m. on the way to breakfast, we'd lay a couple of towels down, go get our breakfast, come back. There's our chairs. You got a place to sit all day. Because literally all we did all day was sit by the pool.
I've worked with you since 2012. I'm rooting for this old lady to take the towel off the daybed. You're eating breakfast. You're not.
I mean, look, I defended her. I acknowledge the behavior. I'm not proud of the behavior. I just earned a trust tree. I'm going to tell you I've done it before.
All right.
What else we got?
Louder than swag.
Yeah, we found somebody. I didn't know it was possible. We have found somebody louder than Jason Swigard.
Well,
if I go deaf at the age of 52, which is going to happen, Jason Swigard will be one of the main points of blame for me. He screams into our ear, tells us to go to break. It's very loud. Our volumes are all wonky, and so he doesn't have an ability to control it. This is Joseph McGrail Badeup, and he is set the Guinness Book of World Records. He's a 58-year-old guy from Australia for yelling at the loudest decibel.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! There's no way that you can actually practice for it. You have to just keep it for the day, especially with the world record attempt. It took me 7 attempts just for one word, which was the word now, and my voice was shot for the next couple of days as well. It was husky. It was terrible. My lords, my ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Canberra.
It's a good laugh there at the end.
That didn't seem very loud.
So his voice level yelling the word now, because everybody who tries to set this record, I guess, has to find the word that they can yell the loudest, because not every pronunciations, you can't get the same oomph behind all of them, I guess.
I think I'm calling shenanigans on this.
You calling shenanigans? So
Did that seem very loud to you?
He came up with the word now, and he hit 122.4 decibels.
Okay.
Now, let me see. What's a comp of something?
Is that louder than Kansas City or Lumen
No,
Field?
I mean, it's not louder than a state. It's one guy yelling. Of course it's not louder.
I don't know how to gauge this. That didn't even seem that loud.
Yeah, he broke the world record. And it stood for a long time.
These world records, I feel like they're all fake at this point.
It's the equivalent of an ambulance siren at close range.
That did not seem like that.
A thunderclap directly overhead. And anything over 120 decibels, which he is at 122.4, is considered to be in the uncomfortable or painful to hear range if you were close to it.
I think Swag can beat him.
You think Swag could top this guy?
And I am now
Should
convinced.
we try this? We should try this with a decibel reader, because in the video you see, in a different one where he sets the record, there's like a decibel reader there.
What would his word be?
No!
Fan? Would it be fan?
I don't know if you can get loud with F. F's not a loud letter.
Do you think N's the right word?
I think N's a louder letter than F.
The thing about this is I'm starting to wonder just if you just write simply to the Guinness World Records, are they so grateful to even have people care about them that they will come out to your event and say, yep, that's the record, just because you wrote them? They are fiending for pen pals. They used to get them on the regular, and now with the advancements of technology and stuff, and people not caring as much, I think just any one letter they
You
get,
can do it. They'll take it.
they're like, dude, he's saying now very loudly. What should we do? Let's just go there.
This record has been
We can
held.
expense this trip. We'll put his
Fly
name
out
in.
to Australia
We'll
for
make
a weekend.
content for it.
Yeah.
We'll be on Australia. Exactly.
He is. This record had been held since 1994 by an Irish teacher.
Yeah, the last person to write them.
121.7 decibels.
Ridiculous.
This guy also, do you guys know what this means? It says he's this for a day job, he's an air conditioning cleaner.
Okay.
And an
HVAC
honorary town crier.
Is that like the hear thee?
I don't know.
Dwight Schrute at the garden party.
Is that what we're talking here? Is that what it is? Is that what an honor?
Jim Halpert.
He's an honorary town crier from Canberra.
A town crier.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's a public announcement.
Yes, he is. He's a public
Hear
announcer.
thee.
Canberra! So I think that's our challenge for Swag when he gets back. How loud can he yell? We need a decibel reading. How loud can Jason Swigard get?
So he's a dinner served guy.
He is. Yo, dinner served! All right. What else we got? One more.
Is there one more?
We got more. I know I am more.
There's a few more.
Oh, okay.
And this kind of fits too.
Well done. I had to make sure to put the exclamation points at the end of it.
I like that you put the mic away. That was
Yeah.
good.
I've learned from the best.
Yeah, smart play. Now, you're a bee guy, Brandon Sprague.
I'm a what?
You're a bee guy? You're into the bees? You into bees?
Yeah, they talking about my breasts.
No.
It's like, I mean, I know they can look a little
I thought he
large.
was talking about boogers.
Good point. He is
Easy
a
with the
booger.
boogers, dude.
It could be a booger
You
guy.
shared that booger
Last
with me.
one. I'm not saying that.
That was your
anymore.
fault.
I know it was my fault.
You're
last
over there,
I
right?
am a bee guy. I just found out yesterday West Lynn is now claiming they're the bee capital.
Ooh, okay. Might have to move to West Lynn. They got more bees over there. This happened in Texas, and I want to know what the reaction would have been. The entire neighborhood in Texas had to go. This was in Orange County, Texas. They had to go on lockdown because there was an 18-wheeler driving through the town transporting 400 hives of about 60,000 bees in each hive. So 400 times 60,000. Go ahead and do the work there on how many bees we're talking about here.
Exactly.
Took a wrong turn, ended up on like a rural road, and took a corner too fast, and the truck fell over. Back pops off. Bees fly out of the truck.
Dispersed everywhere.
Dispersed everywhere. Estimated 24 million honeybees.
I was going to say.
Flying around this neighborhood of Orange County, Texas, and they had to reach out to everybody in the surrounding area and say, you need to lock your doors. You need to lock. Hide your kids. Hide your wife.
Are they going to unlock the door?
Just seal
We gotta
everything
lock
down.
the door.
No windows open. And they had to go on lockdown. And they had a local beekeeper who showed up to try and estimate, like, how do we wrangle these bees back in? Which good luck with that, dude. Right. They were on their way to North Dakota when the truck flipped over. So even as the bee guy on the show, are we peeing our pants a little bit?
Oh, no, I'm not peeing the pants. I do find it funny. Lock the doors. What, are they going to team up and just open the door? Are they raptors now from Jurassic Park? They've learned how to open doors?
They know how to work together as a team in order to push the latch up.
You know, it's kind of actually it's one of the sad parts of watching the bee doc on Discovery and Disney Plus is there's a place in Eastern Oregon that does this. They have all the hives, and they transport the hives down to California to the almond farms because the almond farm territory, it's nuts. You want to talk about water usage and bees and pollinating?
A lot of water down there.
Almonds, dude. Like 80% of the almonds in the world come from these farms. And they have to do the transporting of all these beehives, and the amount of bees that just die from the trek because you're going from Eastern Oregon down to California. You're traveling more in the cold months, so the bees are already wanting to be tired and sleepy and cold, and they want to be warm. So you're losing a lot of bees with that. Crazy to lose 24 million.
Can you imagine being in a neighborhood and getting like a push alert on your phone? Hey, by the way, there's 24 million bees surrounding your house right now.
You could put them in something that's like, because when you see them transported, they're just beehive boxes.
They're just hanging in a box. Yeah.
You would think they could put walls up to still allow them to breathe. So if something happens,
let's seal this thing.
Yeah.
What's the like fallout too of like how long are those bees in your neighborhood for? Because you can't corral all those bees.
Well, a lot of them are going to die pretty quickly.
If the queen died, they're all going to die, probably.
Well, no, the foragers only live a couple weeks.
Okay.
So when your foragers, they're only around a couple weeks, and then they die. So when you see a dead bee on the ground...
This is why you're my bee guy.
You can cry and be mad that climate change is ruining a lot of stuff, which is accurate. You can also look at a dead bee on the ground and say, thank you, little forager, for helping our world, because they only live about 4 to 6 weeks.
Maybe he should have put a stinger in his pants.
There's that, too.
Keep it in. There you go. Bee stuff. 24 million bees.
How about that?
Surrounding your house. Ah! That was well read. One more bit that we didn't get to there that I want to close the show up with because there is an audio component to it. We'll wrap it up, get you set for the rest of your Thursday night in sports next. 105.1 FM The Fan. Fun little Thursday show as we wrap it up here. The towel controversy being debated.
Is it really becoming a debate for people?
Harley said the plan is to lay a towel down, order 2 beers, chug one, and leave the empty cup next to the towel, throw the other away after breakfast.
I would certainly think you went to the restroom if I walked past a towel with an empty cup of beer, yeah.
Where did this go? Somebody on the fan text line. Oh, you're a D. I didn't know that about you, Dirt. Another thought from a P1. I'm with you with breakfast. Go before breakfast. Put them down. Go eat. Go back. That's like an hour. You're in the clear. A day, get out of here. And I think that's a fair. Like, I'm not doing it for a day. I'm doing it for like an hour. If they're all going to be gone by the time I'm done with breakfast, put the towel down.
I guess again, I don't just sit by a pool when I go on vacation. So where I'm confused, I'm no judgments.
This was a pre-kid. We're in Mexico, and we just, it was sit here and read books and drink cocktails. And
I get it.
All day.
I totally get
Jump
it.
in for an hour, swim around like a seal. Jump out, plop down on your chair,
dry out, and
dry out.
I get it.
Yeah, no, that was every day.
I don't understand why you're putting it down if you're not going to sit in it. You're losing me there.
You want to have a chair, buddy.
Then be ready to sit down. Don't go eat breakfast. Don't do it at 1 a.m. to come back at 11 a.m.
Let me sleep in, okay?
Well, you can sleep in.
Now the chairs are gone. Now I can't eat breakfast.
Get up and get a chair. This is kind of bothering me. I can't believe people are defending this behavior.
Look, I understand where she's coming from. I get it. But
yeah.
I'm still putting my towel down.
I also love that it was an old.
It's definitely an old.
It makes it so good.
Definitely an old category.
Get out of here.
One thing in the Magic Hat that didn't get pulled today, but I don't want to let this wait. It's too good, and I sent some audio to go along with it. Did you see the news that nobody was asking for that we have now gotten?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's going to be the newest analyst on CBS for Mountain West games in 2026?
My family.
Brian Kelly.
He's back.
Brian Kelly's going to be working for CBS. A year ago, his preseason LSU Tigers were ranked in the top 10 with national title aspirations.
Yep.
Now he's calling Mountain West games on CBS, how the mighty have fallen. And I do have pretty groundbreaking news here. It's big stuff. So Brian Kelly's going to be on the call of Mountain West games. And for CBS, I have obtained exclusive audio of Brian Kelly. Now, I went into the future. I'm a time traveler.
Mm-hmm.
And I went into the future, and I came back to deliver this to you. For those who are wondering, how will Brian Kelly be as a broadcaster? Well, I have the answer for you. I don't know which one is which. That's the only tough part here. I think this one is him calling his first San Diego State game.
Bro, it's just like, dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. And you just drop in and just smack the lip. Whoop-ah! Drop down. Snap. Ah! And then after that, you just drop in, you just ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted like that.
So that was him calling his first. Can you believe that? His accent travels. It's no longer my family. That's how he's down calling a game at Aztec Stadium in San Diego.
So pitted.
Isn't that wild? And then get this, you know who's in the Mountain West? Hawaii's in the Mountain West.
They are, yes.
So I traveled out and they put him on a bird to Hawaii to call a home Hawaii game, and here's the exclusive audio.
Oh man, they won't change that flyer. That's my mainland name. My Hawaiian name is Kunu.
Oh, cool. Sorry. Yeah.
Nah, it's all good.
Does Kunu have some cool Hawaiian meaning?
It means Chuck.
An all-time great bit character in a movie.
What would the reaction have been had this? Now, the Pac-12's got to deal with CBS too, right? Don't you have some games that are on CBS?
Yeah, we got CBS Sportsnet.
The Pac-12 fans feel like they dodged a bullet on this one.
Well, Oregon State, Texas Tech is supposed to be CBS.
Yeah, but it says he's calling Mountain West games.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it's just a CBS Sports Network thing.
I just I don't even wear a watch. Oh, really? Because of the whole... No, it's on my phone.
No, it's no. Because you're living on island time? No, I got a cell phone in my pocket, you dumbass. That's why I don't wear a watch. Oh, good stuff, Brian Kelly. Nobody asked for you, but for some reason you're back in our lives.
What if he's good? That's the thing. Like Russell Wilson. What if Russell Wilson's really good?
I will give Brian Kelly a chance at being good. I give Russell Wilson 0% chance of being good.
Brian Kelly might give us the perspective of the coach situation. I would have saved my time out there.
Hey, Brian, would you have made the video coordinator climb up in the tower?
Well,
too soon.
Yeah.
Okay. That will do it for us, folks. Good little show. If you missed it, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com. We got World Cup action tonight. It doesn't matter that much, but I'll have it on.
Hey,
7
beat
o'clock.
Turkey. Let's go.
Yeah, Turkey, bring it on. USA, Turkey, 7 o'clock. So we'll see if they can get another dub in the World Cup for Team USA. And don't forget, coming up at 11 o'clock this morning, Micah Nori will be introduced as the new head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. The firm will have that live for you, just Patrick today, so they'll go live over to One Center Court, and you're going to hear from the new head coach, and whatever he says, we'll cut it up and play it tomorrow if you are to miss it. So stick around all day on The Fan. Thanks for being a part of our Thursday, everybody. We will talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The firm of Harris and Morangus next. Listen to 105.1 FM The Fan.